you watch these hurdles try to zero in on one athlete and see if they can use the exact same technique over each hurdle. And those that do normally win the race.
So we move our way over to the pole vault.
Frankfurt athlete.
So the boys pole vault underway right now.
Yeah, Indiana has been just a nationwide hotbed for pole vaulting at the high school level and beyond. Olympians. Dave Volz from Bloomington South High School went on to Olympic participation, national championships, American records. We've had just a great deal of good pole vault coaching too has made a difference throughout the state. And so it's not unusual that we have vaulters in the 16 and 17-foot range compete for a state championship.
That's Owen Hudspeth, sophomore of Frankfurt. And we'll turn our attention back to the track for the final heat of the girls' 60-meter hurdle prelims. Delayla Keeler of Plainfield in lane 8. She's on the left side of your screen. Kayla Williams-Thomas next to her in 7. Antriana Osby from LC in lane 6. Kaylana Jackson in lane 5. And here is the final heat of the 60-meter girls hurdles prelims, and firing off in lane 4 is Jai Brown, the sophomore from Pike, wins heat number 3. And remember, the time to look at is 9.56 to try to get into that final. Brown knows she'll be in at 8.86, taking the victory here in heat 3.
Yeah, another tight field, another tight race, and the 8 girls that make the final will have deserved it today. Everyone's looking great, and it's very competitive.
Kaylana Jackson from Warren Central at 9.12. So take another look here at the final heat of the women or the girls 60-meter hurdles.
A nice race by the Pike sophomore, so we'll see her in the finals, and we'll look forward to that. Next up will be the hurdle technicians out on the track again, removing them for the trials of the 60-meter dashes.
So our final competitor that made the finals as we stop back over at the pole vault. Again, Jada Harper, your top qualifier for the 60-meter girls finals at 8.71. Aaliyah Blackmore at 8.81 is our second qualifier. Adriana Swanson at 8.86 out of heat number 2. Same time for Jai Brown at 8.86. 9 flat for Annalise Smart. She was in heat number 2 at 9 flat. Kaylana Jackson out of heat 3 is our 6th qualifier at 9.12 in the girls 60-meter hurdles. Aubrey Runyon, she was out of heat number 1 in lane 5, 9.21. And our final qualifier is Adrian Chevetz at 9.23. And she was also of heat number 1.
That's some impressive tabulating, Rick. Good job.
Reading, writing, thinking. So when we tapped into the boys pole vault earlier, that was simultaneously, and also going on simultaneous right now is the long jump between both the boys and girls. 2 pits, so you don't have to wait your time depending on your gender of athlete. You're just off and running here if you're a jumper. Yeah,
another great benefit to this outstanding facility is that you can run 2 long jumps at the same time, 2 high jumps at the same time. Pole vault's the only event that's limited to one venue.
And in the blink of an eye, our fantastic crew have the infield cleared. It's almost like a pit crew over at 16th and Georgetown trying to change the tires on the Indy cars in the month of May. They got the hurdles up and down in the blink of an eye, and now we're ready to go and go fast here for the 60-meter dash. First up, the boys will have 4 heats. And again, just like with the hurdles, it's the top 8 times that will advance to our finals. Coming up later today.
Yeah, 4 strong heats, and so much on the line here to earn this championship. I think we'll see throughout the day today the awesome job of recognition that the Hoosier State Relays Committee does to put on this meet for the benefit of the athletes. Everyone that places leaves here with a medal and recognition on the podium, and it's a very professionally run operation.
I'd remind you today's coverage is brought to you by the Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got you back. We've got your back. Insurance Management Group. Your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence.
Get ready to race, and we're going to see some football players who double back as TrackMan run in this event. It should be a very interesting trials and finals.
So heat one of the boys 60-meter dash, trying to be the fastest indoor boys athlete here in the state of Indiana. Eric Anderson from Pike in lane number 1. You see 3, 4, 5, and 6 on your screen. Alfonso Newbern just off screen from Elkhart in lane 2. Blake Larison from Plainfield in lane 3. On the edge of your screen is DeMario Moore of LN. Jaron James is Hammond Morton in lane 5. Elijah Peters from Martinsville in 6. And Sumji Goffwin from Hanover Central on the very left side of your screen here in lane 7. Larison, Moore, Jones, and Peters, by the way, all sub-7 qualifying times. And the 60-meter dash is off for heat number 1, and lane 4 is where we find DeMario Moore leading the way, just a step or two ahead of Blake Larison.
Right, Moore, the great Lawrence North athlete, football player. Looked well in taking that first heat.
Goes 6.87. 1/1300ths off of his qualifying time, but a good statement made there in lane number 1. Blake Larison goes sub-7 as well, 6.96. Last year we saw the meet record broken in the 60-meter dash finals by Dominic Calhoun of Brownsburg. Won it at 6.74, breaking a record that had been intact since 2018. And it was a tight race a year ago. Jaden Johnson, his classmate and teammate from Brownsburg, was just 100th of a second off at 6.75. So expect a tight one here again in the 60-meter dash.
Yeah, it should be great to watch. The records in this meet are very meaningful because I noticed that they go back historically to the days of when this meet was the Hoosier relays held down in Bloomington. And so some of the times date back to the 70s and 80s that I've noticed that. Rudy Chapa, for example, is still the record holder for the 3,200-meter run. That will be a hard record to break, but certainly something to shoot for.
That'll be our first final coming up here in a couple of minutes once we get through the boys and girls 60-meter dash trials. And Bloomington, obviously a close place to your heart. Former Hoosier track athlete down there in B-Town, and just finished your career with the alumni relations for the folks down there in the Cream and Crimson.
Well, thank you for mentioning that. I came out of IU during really the glory days, I would call them, of IU track and field. Of course, Coach Sam Bell leading the way there, and he was succeeded by Marshall Goss. Between the two of those guys, they shepherded track and field in Indiana throughout the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s. And that included, importantly, the building of the Michael A. Carroll Track and Field Stadium on the IU Indianapolis campus. And that, of course, was like a lightning rod of track and field back in those days. The officials corps that you see have all come out of I think, the beginnings at IU. And so you can't understate the importance that Indiana University has had in promoting track and field in the Hoosier State.
Great crowd on hand here inside the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion on the Indiana State Fairgrounds campus. Keep your eyes on Marcus Townsend in lane number 4 from Avon. He is the second fastest qualifier in this event at 6.76. He's got Devon Slaughter on his right, our left in lane 5, and Colin Bumgartner in lane 3. Lane 1, Isaiah Billups. DeJuan Green in lane 2. Angel Wilson in lane 6, or Angel Wilson in lane 6, and Dyrese Elliott in 7. Heat 2, a little stumble there from DeJuan Green in lane 2. That'll put him behind the pack in a tight finish at the line. Bumgarner, Townsend, and Slaughter all within steps of each other. A hard spill for Elliott out of lane 7, but good to see him pop back to his feet. The senior out of Pike. Townsend at 6.96. Slaughter at 6.98 and Bumgarner at 6.99.
Very tight, 0.03 of a second separate the top three. We'll see how that looks on the bubble. I think they should be safe.
3 guys that all go sub-7 here in heat number 2. Little stumble there for Green. When you have that in the blocks, how hard is it to get back up after losing your footing trying to come out of the blocks?
Well,
like
in the
that?
60 meters, it's nearly impossible. Perhaps in the 100 or 200, if you have a stumble, you could make up for it. But on the indoor scene, that's not going to be possible.
How much of a difference is it having the 60-meter dash and losing those 40 meters that you get when you're outside? What's the biggest challenge from that?
That's a great question. There's phases of the race. There's the explosive start phase, there's a drive phase, and there's a finish phase. And you have to, let's say in the 60-meter dash, it's the first 20 meters, the second 20, and the last 20 to follow those 3. To do that outdoors, you just have to extend it to like a 30-meter. Just extend the different phases of the race, blowing out of the blocks, coming to top speed, and then maintaining it. And it's a challenge both ways. The athletes that win the race are able to maximize all 3 phases of it.
Remember, 4 heats here for the 60-meter dash on the boys' side. We have just 6 competitors here in heat number 3. That'll be the same for heat number 4. So nobody in lane number 1. See Carson Elams of Fishers. Big day for the Fishers Tigers athletic program as their boys basketball team plays for the state title later tonight at Gamebridge Fieldhouse.
Have they lost yet this year?
They have not. They have won close to 45 games in a row.
That's amazing.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. You're right.
One of only six or I believe it's 6 high school boys basketball teams in the history of the state to have win streaks north of 40.
Right.
There's a guy named Oscar Robertson's team from Christmas Addicts that was in there in the 50s.
Yeah.
You might have heard of him.
Yeah, well, here we are at a track meet, but what an exciting weekend of basketball in Indianapolis with the NCAA regional finals and then 4 classes of boys basketball today. So it's a great weekend.
Downtown Indy, the place to be for you sports fans here this weekend. We're getting it started here from the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Nathan Vaughn in lane 3, Evan Williams in 4, Agaha and Banu in 5, White Hustler in 6, and Daniel Davis in 7. Just 5 competitors here in the 3rd heat, and taking this one will be Evan Williams. We saw him in the hurdles and takes the hurdles down, and he does exactly what he did a few moments ago with no hurdles in his way this time.
Right. That is an impressive young man.
So he qualified, Evan did, for the boys 60 hurdles. 7 flat here. That's our slowest time for those that have won a heat. And you see, Mbanu did not start, so just 5 competitors in heat number 3. And it's looking to be that 7:09 for Davis, maybe 7:11 from Vaughn might kind of be our bubble time to watch here as we go to the final heat. As that 4th heat gets ready, if you were in the 4th heat, you kind of know what time you have to hit. Are you keeping track of what's going on ahead of you, or are you kind of just staying locked in knowing that you're just racing the clock and not a person?
Probably a little bit of both. I mean, you want to lock in no matter what the condition is or what the situation is. Just run your race. The way that the heats are seated, the 4th fastest qualifier is in the middle of this heat. So we should, in at least theory, and if the races are seated correctly and the athletes bring it, we should see a qualifier out of this heat.
There's the first heat of the girls' 60-meter hurdles ready to make their way to the track once we get our final boys situated for the 60-meter dash.
Yeah, one of the things that sometimes folks watching a track meet take for granted is the flow that the athletes have on and off the track, how they're marshaled and clerked and organized behind the scenes and then brought to the track in the order or the lanes that they'll be running in. Makes for a very smooth operation. And again, another fine example of the officiating we have here in Indiana.
Get a look at the final competitors of the final heat for the boys 60-meter dash. Chaz Corley of Warren Central in the foreground of your screen. Walter Mabin of Portage is next to him. Monshun Sales of LN in lane 5. Jalen Ramsey in lane 4 from Maryville. Christian Ortiz in lane 2 from Hamilton Southeastern. And South Bend Adams Quincy Tutu is in lane 2. Again, just 6 competitors here in our final heat. And we're thinking 7:09, 7:11, the cut time to be that top 8. Again, remember, these heats qualify for the top 8 qualifiers to make it to the final. This is your last chance to dance here in the 4th. Who will make it to the finals here in the 60-meter dash? Heat number 4, and flying his way from lane number 5 is Monshun Sales, the sophomore from Lawrence North. At 6.90, he should be safely in to our finals later today. Christian Ortiz at 6.97, and Ramsey at 7.03, and Tutu at 7.06. We'll wait and see if they are able to make it in to our finals. But a nice race here, Brian, in heat number 4.
Yeah, yes, and it looks apparent that you need to be under 7 seconds to get into the final, but we'll see how that goes. But it should be a tight final, something to look forward to.
Yeah, 7 of our 7 competitors already went sub-7. Evan Williams was at 7.00 as the girls get ready for the first 60-meter dash. And so Williams is our final qualifier at 7 flat. We'll take a quick break and come back with the first heat of the girls' 60-meter dash coming up next.
The MSD of Lawrence Township embodies educational excellence, unlocking the full potential of every student we serve. Where innovation meets tradition, our students excel in welcoming safe, state-of-the-art facilities. A traditional public school district, Lawrence Township boasts a 95% graduation rate. On the court and in the arts, our students excel. Join the Lawrence Township family, where learners thrive, surrounded by values that resonate with home. Lawrence Township, your destination for a brighter future.
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
The girls ready to take center stage here for the 60-meter dash prelims. 3 heats, 8 athletes in each heat. Elnor Steveson in lane 1 from Whiteland Community High School. Emily Norris in lane 2 from Carmel. Dejanay Lane in lane 3. Nadia Ford in lane 4. Nife Ogunliye in lane 5. Ava Grace Winters in lane 6. Kennedy Stevens in 7. And Channing Hazard is in lane 8. Nadia Ford, the sophomore from Carroll, in lane number 4. She is the top qualifier.
Right, some great schools represented in this race.
And here's Ford getting some pressure from lane 5 and Ogunliye, and a late charge from lane 2 and Emily Norris from Carmel. And a tight 3 finish there in our first heat. Ogunliye at 7.61, Ford at 7.64, and Norris at 7.66.
All right, we'll keep an eye on what becomes the threshold we need to do. Right now it's 7.91.
Last year's winning time, 8.74 seconds from Warren Central's Layla Smith. The meet record set back in 2016 by Pike's Lana Irby at 7.42 seconds.
Lena Irby, one of the all-time great athletes to come out of the state of Indiana. Triple state championship 4 years in a row. So 100, 200, 400. Just an incredible feat.
And when you're talking about athletes like that, Brian, you're talking about scoring points where you're outscoring schools by yourself at a state meet when you are that successful in that many different events.
Right, and then she'd come back and run the relay if need be. So just an amazing.
If need be, right?
Right.
So Agunlier, freshman from Brownsburg, wins that first heat. And again, the cut time is 7.91 from that first heat. Off to heat 2, 8 competitors here. You see the lanes of 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Kennedy Bradley from Chesterton is on the right side of the screen. There's Warsaw's Cameron Berner. Annalise Smart from Homestead in lane 2. Journey Riley, lane 3 of Avon. There's Bradley from the Trojans of Chesterton. Anaya Bennett next to her from Connorsville in lane 5. Shaylane Blakely from Terre Haute South in lane 6. Aubrey Runyon, Franklin Community in lane 7. And Akua Saki, the freshman from Franklin Central, she is in lane 8. Saki, one of 4 freshmen to make it here to the state meet in the 60-meter hurdle, or 60-meter dash, trials.
Right, the makeup of the schools in this heat demonstrate how truly statewide this event is. We have teams from Connorsville, Fort Wayne, Warsaw, Terre Haute, Franklin, and Indianapolis represented.
This is the large school state meet at around 3 o'clock or so, as we'll start with the small schools. Again, that is classes 1, 2, and 3A on the football side. And heat 2 of the 60-meter dash on the girls' side is underway, trying to punch their ticket to the finals. And a nice heat number 2 from lane 5, and Anaya Bennett of Connorsville takes a spill after she crossed the finish line, but she's all smiles after coming home the victor in heat number 2.
Yeah, you notice the transition from the flat surface where the race is run to what is your cool down lane, but it's uphill on the banked end of this track, and so I think that's what caused that spill that time. It's unusual that you have these conditions to race in. You're not used to that setup, and it's easy to trip.
7.91, still our cut time, but a nice finish there from Aubrey Runyon in lane 7. She finishes second fastest at 7.81. You see the spill there from Anaya Bennett.
Still smiling.
It's always good when if you trip a little bit, but if you came across first.
Yeah.
Took a look up at the scoreboard, saw she crossed at 7.69. Looked to be a little disappointed with that time, but we get ready for our third and final heat of the girls' 60-meter dash. Lane 1, we find Jakaya Alves from Indianapolis Cathedral, a freshman. Izzy Neal, the senior from Brownsburg, is in lane 2. Let's get a look at the family and friends watching the proceedings here for the girls' 60-meter dash before our final heat of the day. Emerson Williams from North Central in lane 3. Tiara Gray from Portage, a senior, is in lane 4. Jaden Kimbrough, freshman from South Bend Adams, finds herself in lane 5. Lane 6 is the home of Anaya McKenzie from LC. There she is right there on your screen. The Zionsville Eagle, Mariah Henry, is in lane 7. And the Lawrence North Wildcat, Leanna Taylor, rounds out our third and final heat in lane number 8.
We had a great field here. Let's see who can squeeze their way in.
Tiara Gray from Portage tied for the second fastest time of our entries. And Jaden Kimbrough, the freshman from South Bend Adams, had the 4th fastest time. They are next to each other. Gray in lane 4, Kimbrough in lane number 5. A good start for all competitors. Gray with a little bit of an edge, but she's going to have to really hustle her way to the finish line and leaning it out. Emerson Williams from North Central wins heat number 3. Gray was a decent ways behind her, but Emerson Williams looks to have scanned her way on to the final time. And Izzy Neal at 7.77. She will be our final qualifier for the finals here coming up later today.
It's a way to run into the finals, Izzy. And a tight finish in the front. I saw that it was close, and 200ths of a second separated 1 and 2 there.
Gonna look at it here. Both Gray and Kimbrough, by the way, do not qualify for the finals. They were again tied for second and fourth fastest times coming in. A late lean from Anaya McKenzie there at lane 6. Got her in there with just a couple of seconds to spare. She qualifies for our final here coming up later today.
Right, what a nice field. Represented by schools from Brownsburg, Carroll, North Central, Carmel, Lawrence Central, Connorsville, Evansville North, and Brownsburg again. Brownsburg has 2 runners in the finals.
We'll take a break and come back with our first championship of the day, and we'll have the national anthem before that coming up next here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the champions that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers.
We're getting ready for the national anthem. Will be sung by the Indianapolis Children's Choir. The colors today will be presented by a combination of the Indiana Honor Guard from the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department Chiefs Honor Guard and the Marion County Sheriff Officer Honor Guard.
It is another fine example of the quality of this event. The finest talent, the Indianapolis Children's Choir to bring us the anthem, and then some of Marion County's finest on the color guard. So wonderful to be here.
So we get ready for that. By the way, our 8 qualifiers for the girls 60-meter finals. The cut time was 7.77. Izzy Neal made that in the final heat, as we'll turn it over to our PA announcer here inside the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion for the presentation of the colors and today's national anthem.
The Indianapolis Children's Choir.
Beautiful rendition of our nation's anthem by the Indianapolis Children's Choir. We'll see another edition of the Children's Choir coming up later today during the small school edition of the Hoosier State Relays, and we'll also have the Combo Honor Guard as well coming up later today. So now we move to our first final of the day, Brian. It's the 32-meter run. It's a 16-lap event here on the 200-meter course, and the boys are up first. Last year's winning time was 9:08.74. from Sam Quigliori, a junior from Fishers. The meet record, by the way, was set back in 1974 by Rudy Chapa of Hammond at 8 minutes 52.94 seconds. Amazing.
Right.
That Rudy put that number up there, and people have been chasing it for almost 50 years.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier as an example of the tradition of this meet. Goes back to Rudy Chapa, a legend, and something certainly to chase after here. But we'll see 16 laps on the track, plenty of time to sort out and be tactical, but at the same time, it's always best to get out and get up to the front and stay up to the front. Always stay in contact with the leaders. And so we'll see how this pans out.
24 competitors here in our 3,200 meter finals. Again, 16 laps. Here for our first final of the day. For those at home, the unique start here with so many competitors, obviously they can't all be on one line for the waterfall start, so you break them up into two bunches.
Right, two bunches where you see the runners that are farther up the track will run in an alley that's marked off by the cones that you see on the track, and they'll stay in that alley until they break after running 2 turns.
Is there a spot that you would prefer to be? Do you want to be in the front group or this back group here that we see on screen?
Well, you want to get to the pole. You want to get as far inside as you can, and in the upper lane, it's this group. Back there, you want to get onto the curb as soon as possible. That's the desired position.
We mentioned it on the finish to some of the both 60 hurdles and 60 dash prelims, going from the flat surface to the curve where you ended. What's it like running on such a curved surface here, particularly in both turns 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Well, it's a blessing to have the banking with the force that you're putting down going around such a tight turn. And so it does give you the sense of being held to the track a little bit tighter, kind of a ground effect thing. You talked about Indy earlier, but it's really not a factor. I think if you were to train on this time and time again, you'd probably want to run backwards after a while or run counterclockwise and clockwise. But here, no, it's not a factor. It's a benefit.
You're getting a look at the first group here for the waterfall start. Those are starters 13 through 24, the back half of the field. Those are the top 12 qualifiers that start back behind that first group. Again, the break line, like Brian was mentioning, will come up here, and we're ready to go for the 3,200 final. Our microphone's not hot, and that's you need that if you're a starter.
Yeah, you do need that. You know, I start track meets, and I just like to yell.
You've got the voice for it.
Instead of using a mic, because if something like this can happen, he just, I think, hopefully changed into something that works. It helps indoors with the ambient noise, make sure everybody can hear fairly. So he saw somebody's toe on the line and called them up. They'll step back again.
And the 3,200 meters is off. And a trip in the back. Neil White from Columbus North took a spill. And what exactly happened with the double gunfire?
That was good officiating right there. An unfair start was called. So at the beginning 100 meters of this race, if someone does trip and fall, since it is so long, it's the opportunity for the starter to fire a recall gun, bring everybody back. So there was an example, too, of where the runners all broke without giving each other a clear lane. People got tangled up, and there was a trip that resulted.
It was Jacob Mitchell, the junior from Bloomington North, that fell. And a lot of anticipation for our first final today. Microphone didn't work. Too many elbows being thrown there at the start. And our third take is a clean one. This time Jacob Mitchell didn't even worry about trying to get jostled around. He took 3 big steps and cleared his way in the first of 16 laps underway here for the 32-meter final. Jackson Gackenheimer, the junior from Warsaw, he has the number 3 stickers. He comes in as the only sub-9:14 runner. But Yorktown's Wyatt Turner, the sophomore, leading the way early as the competitors come back around for the first time.
And Turner's going to tuck in now and try to sit back on it a little bit. He started off great, put himself in a position to lead, and we'll see how long he can hold on.
Liam Powers of Hamilton Southeastern in second, and then the whole rest of the field all the way from 3rd through 24th as guys start jostling their way for position here early on.
Right, it's good to see guys coming up and being competitive early.
First final of the day, first time to crown a state champion here for the 2025 Hoosier State Relays. And jostling into first, Liam Powers here on lap number 2.
Powers, one of the HSE kids, Hamilton Southeastern. We'll see them throughout the day.
Jack Harold is in 3rd from Danville. And Liam Bashke from Mishawaka was in 4th for a time, but here comes Jacob Mitchell from Bloomington North. He was the one that got tripped on the initial start, and he's already put himself into 3rd place here on lap 3.
Yeah, Mitchell is an experienced runner and a state finalist. And he's in a good position right there in 3rd.
Came in with the 6th fastest time at 9 minutes, 19 seconds. And the winning time a year ago, 9 minutes and 8.74 seconds. Now we're taking the lead. Liam Powers has been pretty much up there the entire time. 2 Liams leading the way. Powers for HSE in first, Bashke in second from Mishawaka. A little bit of pressure coming up, though, from Ahmed Salah from Mount Vernon. Back there in 5th, or now 4th.
All right, it's all right there now coming through 800 meters.
How nice is it for these competitors after kind of the discombobulated start for varying reasons to finally kind of get into a rhythm and kind of lock in here for the longest individual event we'll see today.
Yeah, this is the time of the race now where you really have to just set in, concentrate on your rhythm, concentrate on your breathing, concentrate on your track position, and just try to go with the flow now. 11 more laps to go.
Gackenheimer from Warsaw back in about 10th or 11th or so, but after a little bit of an early lead between Powers and Bashke, they've kind of worked their way back to the rest of the group now.
Right. Powers in the lead, split 800 meters at 2:17.8, which is off, of course, Rudy's pace, but still nicely competitive today.
Nice tight pack here. Powers hasn't really been able to break away. Jackson Nolan from Evansville Wrights up near the front for the first time today.
Right. Almost anybody we see is capable of winning this race right now based on where they are.
10 laps to go here in the 3,200 meters, our first final of the day. Liam Powers has been leading for the majority of this one all the way outside of that very first lap.
Liam Bashke from Mishawaka is right there with him and pushing it, and it appears here comes Jake.
This is Mitchell. Remember, he got tripped on the initial start. He's trying to take the lead for the first time today, and he does. And now here comes one of his teammates in Caleb Webb. So 2 Bloomington North folks out in the front here in the 32 meters. Yeah,
North, there's no secret, are going after the team title today, and right up front you have 2 guys that could score some very important points for them.
But right when we say all that, Salah, Mount Vernon, puts a little extra kick into it and starts to stretch out a lead. Biggest lead we've seen here in a while.
Really great push. Halfway point.
Bashke in second. And Soleil, from Mount Vernon is was tired of sitting back there in 4th and 5th as the top 3 competitors now started to stretch away with Saleh, Bashki, and then Mitchell back there in 3rd.
Right, nice 3 guys right now taking hold of this race. The guys back in the next pack needs to make sure they stay in contact.
7 laps to go. Bashki had been in 2nd for a while. He takes the lead here with Saleh, and Mitchell starting to stretch things out. Danville's Jack Herold leading that 2nd pack in 4th. Again, the top qualifier was Jackson Gackenheimer. Had the fastest qualifying time in the field, but he's marred all the way back there. You see him right there with the number 3 placard there for Warsaw. He was a top 40 finisher in the cross-country state meet this past fall, but he's got some work to do with 6 laps to go here in the 3,200. Saleh taking a pass for the lead. And now Mitchell wants to get his way up to the front as well. Those 3 have now come back to the field. Here's we have 6 laps to go.
Right, they have come back to the field.
Saleh still in front as we get ready for 5 laps to go. Our first final of the day here for the large school Hoosier State Relays.
Saleh looks smooth.
Nolan to the front. Jackson Nolan from Evansville Wrights was sitting back there in 4th. He brought the whole field up to those top 3, and now he's leading the pack. Mitchell trying to make a move from 4th. And he's into 3rd, trying to track down that top group. Nolan leading the way with 4 to go here in the 3,200-meter final. It's a 4-man race, but 5th place is Maxwell Malloy from Elkhart trying to catch that top 4 group that separated a little bit.
Malloy looks like he has a chance to catch that pack. We'll see what happens.
He's only got 4, now 3.5 laps to do it. As Nolan stretching it out, that top 4 is broken away as Mitchell falls back into 4th. Here come the top 4 with 3 laps to go in our first final of the morning. Nolan, Saleh, Bauschke, and Mitchell, the top 4. At the 2,000-meter mark, just shy of 6 minutes flat. Again, 3 laps to go now, 2.5 as they make their way down the backstretch. Here comes Mitchell, vaulting his way into 3rd, trying to track down those top 2 as he makes a late push. And Mitchell trying to make it a 3-man race with 2 laps to go.
Right, 400 meters to go. This is time to start putting on your sprint.
Saleh in 2nd, Nolan leading the way, but here comes Mitchell, who got tripped on the initial start, and he's trying to track down Nolan for the lead with 1.5 laps to go.
Right, he's going to be happy to sit there for a minute. All 3 of those guys in position to run. There goes Mitchell.
Mitchell in the lead. Nolan gets a little bit tangled up with Saleh as Mitchell and Saleh head to the start-finish line with 1 lap to go. Saleh in front.
They have to work around these lap runners. We'll hear the bell this time.
Saleh drafts off. It's Saleh and Mitchell. Saleh, the senior from Mount Vernon High School. Mitchell, though, with a late push down the backstretch on the final lap. Here comes Jacob Mitchell to the front.
Past.
Jacob Mitchell, the junior from Bloomington North, sprinting away to a state championship. Tripped and fell to the track to start this race off, and he's the top finisher here in the 3,200 meters. Jacob Mitchell, the state champ, our first one of the day.
Smart race by Mitchell. He stayed in contact. He sat on the leaders and then went when he knew he could make a kick at about 600 meters ago. What a great race.
Mitchell fell back a little bit as he gets hugged by his teammate Caleb Webb. Final time for Mitchell, 9:07.45. That would have won the state championship a year ago. Still a little bit off of old Rudy's time back in the 70s, but what a wonderful race for how it started for Mitchell, getting tripped and falling to the track, and he comes away with that big late pass late, and he kind of hung around in the top 5 or 6 for the majority of that race.
He did hang around. He's a tough competitor. I've seen him run since his freshman year. He's always been kind of sticking his nose into the competition, and we saw it right there. Nice run. How did his teammate do? I need to see that.
Webb did not. Looks like he did not finish in the top 8. Remember, he threw his hat in the ring, probably maybe a little shy of the midway point of that 3,200-meter race, but a wonderful first final. Soleil in second with 9:09.49. Nolan led a good chunk of that race, 9:13.10. John Libbs comes up with a late push there in 4th for Noblesville. Christopher Angelis, in Frankfurt in 5. And Liam Bauschke, who led the majority of the race for Mishawaka, finishes in 6th. Just didn't have enough there
right.
late.
Bauschke did a lot of work, but that's
how Mitchell's race started.
That's how our winner's race started. Tough kid, shook it off, got up, and just took care of business. There's his kick to finish.
Those are our 3 leaders with Mitchell, Soleil, and then this was that pass for the lead as Mitchell took that one look over the shoulder. And he crosses the start-finish line in about the spot where he got tripped about 10 minutes prior. It was a discombobulated start, but there's your first state champion of the day, Jacob Mitchell, the junior from Bloomington North, wins the boys 3,200 meters. We'll take a quick break and come back with the girls 3,200 meters here next on the ISC Sports Network. Our first state champion of the day, that young man, Jacob Mitchell from Bloomington North.
Yeah, what a great run by Jake, and as you can see, they're being staged now behind the awards podium. One of the great things about this meet is the recognition they offer and the organization that they take to do it. So immediately after the final, the medalists are taken to the awards podium.
A cleaner start for the girls, 3,200 meters, than the boys. Two-time and defending state champ Addison Knobloch from Homestead graduated. She won the event last year. She also is the event record holder at 10 minutes, 11.92 seconds set back in 2022. Top qualifier wearing the number 1 placard is Elizabeth Butler, the senior from Hamilton Southeastern. Where she's in London, where she had the 4th fastest qualifying time, but again, similar. The waterfall started. Now everybody converges here on the front straightaway as Ava Jarrell of Pendleton Heights leads us here through lap number 1.
Jarrell looks good, followed right by Annabelle Pollard from Carmel. They'll see a lot of each other this season.
3rd place there is Elizabeth Butler with the white top and the blue shorts. And Kenya Leach from Columbia City slots in at number 4. Fastest qualifying time was Carmel's Annabelle Pollard at just a little bit below 10 minutes and 37 seconds.
And she's running now up into 2nd. As this phase of the race now, everybody's dialing in. This is a kind of a conservative pace to start out, and I imagine someone will make a move in a while to create some separation.
Our second final of the day. After this, we'll go back to the infield for the 60 meter hurdles and 60-meter dash finals. But an exciting boys race in the 3,200 meters. And with 12 laps to go of the 16, here comes the girls' field with still Gerald from Pendleton Heights still in front, followed by Pollard and Butler.
Right, the depth and quality of girls track and field has changed so dramatically in Indiana over the past 20 years. I remember when I first started as the meet director of the IHSA state meet back in the year 2000, I was kind of taken back by the talent and the condition of some of the girls in the back of the field. That type of conditioning has gone away. It's improved so much. The coaching has got better. And it's evident, as you can see now, it looks about as though every girl in this race has a chance to win.
Kelsey Remmel in 5th from North Central as that top 5 starts to separate just a little bit here, a couple laps into the 3,200 meters. Remmel trying to look on the inside for position number 4. Now runners 5, 6, and 7 starting to make it a 7-lady pack here a couple laps in.
Yeah, just a little separation there, but they're starting to now push it up a bit.
Westfield's Aliva Lozier in 6th. And Elise Friesen from Wellington North, along with that top 5. So that 7-woman group, still with Gerald of Pendleton Heights out in front. Columbia City's Kenya Leach has now put her way into 2nd. You see the times here through the first couple laps and 11 to go.
Kenya Leach with the elaborate hairdo is also looking very good right now with her position in the race and her level of comfort and relaxation she's showing.
She said she got the idea from you. She said that's what you wore back in the day at Rebuff and IU.
I didn't have the ribbons.
So Leach into 2nd. Our leader's been Gerald this entire way, but it's a strong 6-woman pack now. Had a 7-girl pack for a while, but now it's those top 6. And trying to hold on is Olivia Lozier from Westfield in 6th. But that top 5, they've been the top 5 for the majority of it. They're starting to kind of pull away a little bit.
They are starting to pull away, and somebody makes a move and they answer. I saw Pollard was getting ready to be passed, but she pushed back and held her 3rd place position.
Still out in front, Ava Gerald of Pendleton Heights. She's been the leader since the gun went off. As Pollard behind her, 3rd places.
Ava from Pendleton Heights looks smooth and in control. Doing all the work out front.
Leach in 2nd. And she and Gerald have been tied almost at the hip as Pollard steps in. She's been back a little bit now. She vaults herself into 3rd and looking for 2nd on the outside maybe. So that top 6 is broken away as we hit the halfway point. We're just past the halfway point of the 3,200 meters.
All right, everybody's running on the rail now, and Ava's starting to push a little bit of separation at the front.
Ava Gerald from Pendleton Heights. Her first real decent size advantage of the day. Leach has been locked into 2nd and Pollard in 3rd. That's been your top 3 for the last couple of laps. And here comes Elizabeth Butler from Hamilton Southeastern. Trying to stay with that top 3, but right now it's Ava Gerald's race as she's trying to leave everybody in the dust with 7 to go.
7 laps to go, and Ava Gerald took the field through a 5:18 mile for the halfway point.
Last split for Gerald was 39:15. She's got almost a 2nd lead over Leach, who's starting to fall back into the clutches of Pollard a little bit.
Right, Gerald's got some work to do to hold off that field, but right now she's in great shape, about a 10-meter lead.
The biggest lead of the day A little bit slower than her last time, 39-34, but she's 5/10 clear of everyone else behind her. That's why you see her stretching that lead out a little bit with 6 laps left to go.
Right, there's still some great racing at the back of the pack as well for those final spots.
The top 8 finishers all score a point. And Gerald trying to bring home that first girls state championship today and bring it home to Pendleton Heights. So we're ready for 5 to go here at the line. You see the rest of the field leading that backpack, Ella Gaddis of Carmel.
Yeah, Gerald shows no signs of letting up.
But a move into second. Pollard has gotten around Leach as Pollard goes sub 40 on that last split. Almost a second faster than our leader Gerald, and now Pollard trying to push here with 5 to go down the backstretch. Butler as well went sub 40 on that last lap. She's back there in fourth with some time, with some work to still make up. Gerald, though, saw her once 10-length lead now trimmed down to just a couple as the sophomore Greyhound from Carmel, Annabelle Pollard, trying to throw her hat in the ring to go with 4 laps left.
This is shaping up to be a shootout.
Pollard a little bit slower on that last split, but Leach, the fastest split of that group, as she's holding on there for third, trying to make it a 3-woman race. And those are your top 3 with 3.5 laps left to go.
Right, they've broken away. All 3 of those girls look like they could take this race, so we'll see how it unfolds.
Butler back in fourth, tried to make it a 4-woman fight, but it's the top 3 right now. And Gerald, Pollard, and Leach, they've been the top 3 or in the top 3 for the majority of this one. As here we go with 3 laps left of the girls' 3,200 meter.
A small factor will be the lap traffic they're coming up on. It could make a difference in the passing. We'll see how they handle that.
The girls get to the lap traffic a little bit earlier than we saw in the boys' final, a little bit earlier today. Gerald makes quick work of that one back marker. That's allowed her to stretch that lead out a little bit, Brian.
Right, she stretched it out and looking good and shows no signs of letting up.
Gerald, 39.46 time her last lap. She, Pollard, and Leach all went sub 40. That's the fastest split for Gerald the last couple of laps. And she comes around with 2 to go here with a bunch of lap traffic in between.
She's on the move. Pollard's trying to answer.
Top lap time for Gerald in some time, 38.68, and she has opened up a massive lead over Pollard in second.
Yeah, she's still pulling away.
A big kick from Gerald. She hits into the bell lap, and she's the beneficiary of some of that lap traffic, trying to pick off another one here. But she has left Pollard and Leach are having a nice battle for second place behind her as Gerald's led the entire way. She tries to bring it home here for the final lap.
Final lap, she'll clear this traffic and get back into the pole. A great race for second, as you mentioned. Right now it's Pollard.
Oh, look at Gerald, sub 38 in that last split time. She keeps going faster and faster. This one 37.39 with 1 lap to go.
Well, she is impressive today, dominating the race throughout, did all the work, and here she is, the Hoosier State Relays champion.
Ava Gerald's led the entire way, and she'll go wire to wire and win the girls' 3,200 meter final. Pollard able to break away from Leach to take second, and Gerald at 10:28.11. A strong finish. She kept getting faster and faster as she and Pollard share a high 5. Leach finishes in third. We get the final finishers coming along as well, but this was Gerald's race the whole way.
No, it was a race the whole way. She ran with confidence and poise and took it out and dared people to come after her, and really no one answered that throughout the entire race. She dominated.
For Pollard, that is a new season best by over 13 seconds.
Wow, that's a big breakthrough. We'll look forward to seeing her in the out of doors.
Your top 8 finishers, we mentioned Pollard in second, Leach in third, Remmel finishes in fourth for North Central, Olivia Lozier in fifth, DeWitt in sixth, Butler and Friesen round out your scoring 8 here for the girls. 3,200 meters. We'll step aside and get ready For the hurdles, the finals coming up next here on the ISC Sports Network from the 2025 Hoosier State Relays.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our
At Indiana State University, we're all in for you. So you can be all striving, all thriving, all achieving, all the time. Bring your hustle, your drive, and your ambitions. Match it all with opportunities that make your resume sing. Work on real-world projects as part of your degree. Find your people in a welcoming community. So, are you in?
A very strong race as you see the finishers and your champ right there from Pendleton Heights, Ava Gerald. And this is the start of the race, and look, you can spot her out pretty well, those neon yellow spikes, and she shot out to the lead, and then everybody was looking at the taillights the whole way.
Right, the pride of Pendleton Heights made the Arabians proud today with her wire-to-wire win.
A little bit different than what we saw in the boys' race. A couple of different starts. Our winner in Jake Mitchell, as the awards being handed out here.
That was a nice run today by the young lady from North Central, Casey Ramo, with a fourth place finish.
And she was up there. It was for a long time there, Brian, it was almost a six-woman field, and then Ramo was up there a little bit, and then it kind of broke away into three. Pollard, the sophomore from Carmel, finishes in third, and just her second indoor state championships. But Gerald, the champ today, and she shaved over 13 seconds off of her season best time. She came in with a qualifying time of 10:39.46. She wins today in a time of 10:28.11.
Yeah, she beat a good field and just courageously led wire to wire. The girls that went with her benefited now by a podium finish.
So 2 state champs in the books. And we're going to crown 4 more. We're going to go fast, first over the hurdles, and then straight line speed coming up after that. But those are your top 8 finishers. Give those of you, many of you scoring at home, kudos to you. But in case you're wondering how the scoring goes, you get 10 points for first in the individual events, 8 for second, 6 for third, 4th for fifth, 5th for fourth. Easy enough for me to say. 3 points for 6th, 2 for 7th, and 1 for 8th. So, particularly those distance events, and when we get to the relays, if you start seeing a lot of folks trying to hustle for those 6th, 7th, and 8th place positions, that's why those can be some really key points for some of those teams that are vying for the team title, like we talked about Bloomington North and some others. Every point counts, particularly those ones in the back.
Every point does, and it's such a meaningful championship, so everybody's striving to be there.
So here are your 60-meter hurdle finalists. Davion Chandler in lane 1. That'll be the nearest competitor to the far. Evan Ellis is in lane 2. Kieran Barnwell is in lane 3. Rylan Hange in lane 4. He's the presumptive favorite here in this event. Evan Williams, who we'll see later in the 60-meter dash, is in lane 5. Peters in 6, Burns in the 3rd in 7, and Jamarion Lane in lane 8.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic race today between Hanji and Carrion Barnwell from Chesterton, the Duneland Conference. Hanji, though, favorite.
Had the fastest qualifying time at 7:8.9. Barnwell at 7:9.6. Evan Williams, by the way, 7:9.0. Those are your 3 sub-8 qualifiers. And this one, they're right in the middle of your screen. The hair and glasses in lane 5 is how you can spot Williams.
Right.
And then Barnwell and Hangy next to him. Hangy in 4, Barnwell in 3, and we got a couple of guys a little bit eager before the gun goes off.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll just call that an unfair start and let everybody try again.
Our 3 officials huddle up.
That's probably, it could be a false start in lane 3.
That would be Barnwell. He's one of the favorites here. See him there in lane number 3. Senior from Chesterton. Williams taking a load off in 5. Peters also sitting down in lane 6. As folks to our right in the shot put getting loud and proud down to our right.
The officials are really deliberating this start. It lead me to believe that I thought they'd call it unfair, but it appears they might be taking him out.
They've called everybody together.
No, yes, that's a good sign that they haven't DQ'd anybody.
He's had a 64-foot shot put from that young man. If you're wondering all the ruckus was about going on in the background. And take a look at this. Folks are clapping. They're about to get really loud right here. Look at that reaction. Big time throw. 64 feet over at the shot put.
Yeah, he knew right as it came off his hand where that was going. So back to the hurdles, Rick. It appears that there's no disqualification there. They just ruled that an unfair start.
I believe that young man that threw that shot was Benjamin Brown of Southport. So you do get to see Barnwell in lane 3 was the first one of, along with Ellis next to him, that kind of had that little bit of an early go.
Yeah, that was before the gun was even fired. Quite often the gun will go off in a false start because they just beat the firing of the gun. That time they beat everything.
They beat
everything, right.
The spikes had barely touched the blocks and they were ready to get going.
Yeah. We'll see Mr. Smooth Hangy in lane 4 probably take this.
Tyler Tarter from Fisher's the champ last year with a meet record time 7:8.1. Hangy in 4, good start, but a good start from Williams in 5. Here we go for the boys 60-meter hurdle finals. Williams trying to push to the end, but maybe might have gotten outleaned a little bit by the young man from Maryville in lane 6, John Peters. Comes through at 7.76, and that's a new meet record and a state champ for John Peters.
Wow, that is an awesome race and a big upset of Ryan Hangy, who was the out-and-out favorite, one of the nation leaders. So what a big breakthrough for John Peters.
And that matches Hangy's state best time that he's broken twice this year of 7.76. But Maryville's John Peters with a new state tying record, a new meet record of 7.76, the champ in the boys 60-meter hurdles.
Close nevertheless, but I look forward to the replay to see if Hangy had a misstep or a hit hurdle or something to put him in a position where he was not able to win the race.
Williams at 7.78. See the rest of the top finishers as well. We'll take a quick break and come back with the girls' 60-meter hurdle finals coming up next. The ladies for the 60-meter hurdle finals are getting ready to take to the track here. After an upset in the boys 60-meter hurdles, John Peters, the senior from Maryville, new meet record as the 60-meter boys time falls for the second consecutive year at 7.76. We're going to look at that wonderful race. Hangy in the middle, one of the top times in the country, but Peters with a big close over that second to last hurdle. Williams in second and Hangy in third.
Yeah, Hangy really didn't have a mistake as much as Peters just took it to him.
You can see the look on Hangy's face knowing that was a cooking time out of that for the boys. Adrian Shavitz in lane 8. Kaylana Jackson in lane 7. Jai Brown in 6. Aaliyah Blackmore in 5. Jada Harper's in lane 4. Adriana Swanson in 3. Annalise Smart in lane 2. And Aubrey Runyon is in lane number 1.
Yeah, impressive lineup of hurdlers.
Jackson in lane 7, qualified in the very last heat. And Jai Brown in that last heat as well. Top qualifier in this one, Jada Harper, who won heat number 2 with a time of 8.71. She will be in lane number 4. Aubrey Runyon, right there in the front of your screen, in lane number 1 out of Franklin Community High School. She was one of 3 qualifiers from our first heat.
Yeah, we'll watch Harper today, the freshman out of New Albany, to see how she does in this final.
As John Peters and the rest of the boys 60-meter hurdlers will receive their medals. 3 freshmen Brian in our girls 60-meter hurdles finals. Smart from Homestead, Harper, as you mentioned, from New Albany. Actually, just 2, youngsters. So remember, these were part of our prelims earlier today, as you see the 8 finalists in the final field from the boys 60-meter hurdles. And again, Peters the champ with a state record tying 7.76 and a new meet record as well. We'll see Evan Williams here in a minute. That's why I think he's looking over to his right a little bit, knowing I got to get ready to go for the 60-meter dash here coming up here in just a couple of minutes. The photo's fine, but I got a race. I'm trying to get another medal here.
Well, it'll be a great outdoor season for all those hurdles. I can't wait to see how that unfolds.
And Evan quickly exits stage right, and he'll go and join the rest of the finalists for the 60-meter dash finals coming up. But now it's time for the girls' 60-meter hurdle finals. And the top time in this final, Jada Harper running out of lane 4, the freshman from New Albany at 8.71. That's already 0.12 of a second better than her season best time that she qualified to come in here for. She's right on the right edge of your screen there in the red and black of New Albany.
See who gets through mistake-free with rhythm.
Aaliyah Blackmore had the top time, qualifying time coming into this. She's in lane 5. It's her and Harper right in the middle of your screen. Harper trying to stretch it out over the second hurdle. And now it's a foot race to the end, and the freshman Harper takes home the 60-meter girls hurdle state championship in her first try.
Wow, remember that name. Impressive against a veteran field for the freshman.
And for the second race in a row, Brian, we have a new meet record at 8.54, 400ths better than Kaylin Jackson's time 5 years ago from Warren Central.
Right, now some of the new meet records could be attributed to this facility. This brand new Bynum track, already reputed to be among the nation's fastest. Just the way it was constructed, the materials that are used, and the rubber that goes down could have something to do with some of the records we see.
But a freshman state champion, Jada Harper, she takes 2/10 off of her prelim time, almost 18/100ths of a second off, but a new state meet record at 8.54, and she did it all out of lane 4.
Yeah, she did it out of lane 4, and she hit the first hurdle in perfect stride, and then just kept the rhythm going all the way through, and was not really challenged. The HSC runner in 5 was close.
Blackmore from HSC came in second. Swanson was there for a while. She gave the high five to Jada Harper. For the freshman from New Albany, your state champ at a meet record time of 8.54 seconds. We'll step aside and come back with the boys 60-meter dash. There's Ben Brown, your state champ from Southport in the boys shot put. All he did was throw the shot over 60 feet, which we showed you earlier. We're coming back with more next here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to
Southport senior Benjamin Brown, your state champ in the shot put today with a final throw of 64 feet, 4.425 inches. As we see some of the other competitors, that was Toby Sonian from Brownsburg. A lot of big-time throws today over at the shot put. They were loud and proud early on, and here's Ben's state title throw.
Yeah, what a quantum breakthrough for this kid. 7 feet farther than his qualifying throw. So that is elite high school, 64 feet.
Was the only one to clear 60. Sonier from Brownsburg in second. Caleb Rashid of Avon in 30s right there on the right side of your screen. Thumbs up for Benjamin Brown, the senior, only one to clear 64 feet today, and for 60 feet today, and he tagged on an extra 4 feet to boot. We talked about it a lot as we get ready for the 60-meter dash girls finals. Quickly, Brian, what can athletes do here at the indoor state championships to propel them when we can take it outside here in a couple of weeks, when the weather allows?
Right, weather allows. There already were some outdoor meets held in the waning months of this month. But, no, I mean, this is a time where you kind of peak within the season. And so how you'll be trained now, I think there'll be probably a rest phase that you go through, and then just kind of gradually build yourself back up to top form as you approach the tournament series toward the middle of May.
There's Evan Williams, our final qualifier at 7 flat. The record was set a year ago at 6.74 seconds here in the boys 60-meter dash. Demario Moore in lane 4, your top qualifier at 6.87. He was the only young man to go sub 6'9".
Right.
He's got Monshan Sales in lane 5. A little bit of a false start. You see Moore skipping there a little bit in lane 4. Is that kind of just trying to keep your body right after the false start?
Yeah, just kind of let everybody know, hey, it wasn't me. It looked like lane 1 or 2. That was kind of a funky start where 2 kids were involved. But 2 probably had the first move, and it looked like he'd be asked to leave.
And so Christian Ortiz with the false start will not compete here in the final. And everybody left Marcus Townsend in lane 3 just by himself. He's there kind of looking around, wondering where everybody went.
That's right. Another good example of how harsh the penalty is to false start. You're done. You don't get a second chance, and so that's why it's really imperative to practice and concentrate on just holding, waiting for the gun, and just being able to explode whenever that gun goes off.
So lane 2 vacant. Colin Baumgartner in 1. We mentioned Townsend in 3. Moore and Sales 4 and 5. Blake Larison in 6. Devon Slaughter in 7. And Evan Williams, who just took 3rd in the 60 hurdles, is in lane 8. He'll be at the bottom or the left side of your screen as they come running towards you. Lane 1 on the right side. Lane 8 on the left as you watch it here. Clean start this time, and a nice start for Moore. He's trying to bring home the state title in the 60-meter dash, but a late push coming in from Sales, but it looks like DeMario Moore is your state champ in the 60-meter dash at 6.78 seconds, 400ths off the state title, the state record.
Great start by DeMario, and he held on to it the whole way, and is our state champion.
Went almost a full 1/10 of a second faster than the prelims. Monshun Sales in 2nd. Williams, who just got done getting his medal, finished in 3rd. So he goes 3rd place in the hurdles and 3rd place in the straight dash.
Right, Evan's an early candidate for athlete of the meet. That's a good showing in both the hurdles and the 60.
There's a look at that 60-meter dash again. Williams coming on the left, but he did not have enough for DeMario Moore, along with Sales as well in 5th. Those are your top 3 finishers. As your state champ in the 60-meter dash, DeMario Moore, senior out of Lawrence North, with a time of 6.78. We're back with more next here on the ISC Sports Network.
The legend, Harry L. Gill, athlete, record holder, champion. Began coaching in 1902, winning 18 national titles. Dissatisfied with the equipment available for his athletes, a world-renowned track and field coach becomes a pioneer. Setting up a small workshop in 1918, he launched the Harry Gill Company. By 1922, his endeavor thrived, offering the only full line of track and field equipment. And by 1954, the name Gill is ubiquitous in track and field, producing 90% of all U.S. track and field equipment. Innovators in the sport of track and field, Gill Athletics continue to lead the industry.
The MSD of Lawrence Township embodies educational excellence, unlocking the full potential of every student we serve. Where innovation meets tradition, our students excel in welcoming safe, state-of-the-art facilities. A traditional public school district, Lawrence Township boasts a 95% graduation rate. On the court and in the arts, our students excel. Join the Lawrence Township family, where learners thrive, surrounded by values that resonate with home. Lawrence Township, your destination for a brighter future.
And there's your state champ, the freshman from New Albany, Jada Harper, in a meet record time for the 60-meter girls hurdles at 8.54. And the sun shining brightly on New Albany, and just a freshman is Miss Harper, but she has put a statement down here today.
Yeah, so impressive, beat a veteran field, and with such poise and composure, very impressive.
Both hurdles groups set state records in their finals today. And so the photos have been taken, and we get ready for our final sprint of the day as you look at our field here for the 60-meter dash. Dejanay Lane in lane 1. You see lane 7, Anaya Bennett, and lane 8 is Izzy Neal. The rest of the competitors, Emerson Williams in lane 3, Nife Ogunliye in lane 4, Nadia Ford in 5, and Emily Norris is in lane 6.
Right, Ogunliye, the kind of the clear favorite here today. We'll see how it works out.
Izzy Neal in lane 8 was the final qualifier and did so in the final heat earlier today of the 60-meter dash. Meet record time, 7.42 the record. Maya Bennett in lane 7. You see her right there, won heat number 2. She was the only qualifier from the second heat today. Agunlier won heat number 1. She's in lane 4. And Nadia Ford is in a lane next to her in lane 5.
Agunlier just looks strong.
She's the freshman from Brownsburg. Good start here. And Agunlier trying to make it back-to-back youngsters, trying to bring home the state title, but not able to catch up to lane 5 and Nadia Ford, the sophomore from Carroll out of Fort Wayne, overcome with emotion, a 7.46 big-time run, just 400ths off of the state meet record.
Wow, Nadia just came with a big breakthrough from her qualifying time to her final time. Really a surprise, really impressive.
Qualified at 7.64 and almost a new personal best. A new personal best by almost a full 1/10 of a second. And she beat the field by almost 2 seconds. Ford really cooking there at a lane 5.
She caught a great start and just held on.
Anaya McKenzie in second. And Agunlier, who had a great start, finishes in third. But the young woman right there on your screen, Nadia Ford, the champion of the girls 60-meter dash. We're back with more next here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the champions that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers to become participants at this year's Indoor Hoosier State Relays. This athletic contest showcases the very best in Indiana high school track and field competition, sportsmanship, and excellence found in every community and school throughout our state. We're
So the boys 60-meter dash finalists. I want to make a correction. It said Evan Williams finished third in both races. He actually finished second in the 60-meter hurdles. He finished his third here in the dash. But it was Demario Moore, 400ths off of that state meet record time. As two LN Wildcats go 1-2 with Demario Moore bringing home the state championship at a time of 6.78.
Yeah, that bodes well for LN's chances in the 4x200 meter relay.
Monshun Sales, the sophomore, finishing in second. And then, as we mentioned, Williams doing the double in the hurdles and the straight dash. Goes second in the hurdles, third here as the top 3 finishers wait to get their picture taken. Thankfully for Williams, he doesn't have to worry about making any of the races for the time being, so he can stick around and take as many photos as he'd like.
That's exactly right. Now is the time where they transition the infield into a high jump apron. For boys and girls, we'll have 2 high jumps going simultaneously. Just a great place to watch, and as we can see now, across all the stands are full. It's just an amazing outpouring of support for these athletes. And a real testament to this event.
Today's meet brought to you by MF Athletic, everything track and field. We're still more of everything than ever. We have the track and field brand you need or want, with everything backed by our famous 100% satisfaction guarantee. We are proud of our same-day shipping policy, backed with a team of track and field experts to advise and make suggestions, all with sensible low prices. You'll be more than pleased with our people, our pricing, and our selection. Contact us today at 1-800-556 7464. And visit us online at everythingtrackandfield.com. So our next event on the track is the boys 4x800 meter relay. We'll have 2 sections. There's some more pieces of equipment being moved onto the track or in and around the track. A lot of moving parts here with the field events going on, the track events going on, but our great officiating crew who just saw those sprinters, you see some more of the pole vaults being carried in. You can't really sneak in if you're a pole vaulter with all the the gear you have to bring in.
No, it's really a challenge to be a pole vaulter, to travel with your poles. Consider if you're on national and international teams, you have to fly with poles, and there's restrictions. Some airlines don't do it, so it's a challenge.
Compact car is not really the vehicle of choice if you're a pole vaulter, though, right?
No, but you've seen it before, how they affix poles to cars using the side mirror and the bungee cords and things like that.
You're watching the 2025 Hoosier State Relays. This is the large school portion. And here's the boys 4x800 meter relay. 2 sections. Again, it'll be finals here, but it'll go off of the clock, and it is 4 laps per runner.
2 sections, with the second section being the faster qualifiers. But it's not uncommon for someone from the first section to run fast enough to make the podium.
This first section, Bloomington South, Ben Davis, Mount Vernon, who's in the lead right now, Zionsville, Franklin Central, Lafayette Jeff, Brownsburg, Columbia City, Greenwood, Northridge, Valparaiso, and North Central. An early lead here for Mount Vernon.
The 4x8 is a real test of your team's depth in the middle distances. If you can put 4 good runners together, 4 good 800-meter runners together, that's quite a testament to your team at school.
4 laps per runner. Mount Vernon with an early lead here in the first section of the men's 4x8. Second place is where we find Northridge. Then tightly behind them, Zionsville and Franklin Central.
Had a nice separation with 1 lap to go here. What the official in the relay exchange is doing is placing the runners in order that they are on the track. And that can be quite a challenge throughout the day-to-day, depending on what relay it is, lining up athletes. And so we've got a great crew to make sure that's taken care of.
Easy handoff here for Mount Vernon. They're well in front, but 2 through 6 are really jam-packed in there. How hard is this transition with so much chaos going here right at the start-finish line?
It can be chaos, and you have to watch and just be careful, and then make sure that once you've given the baton away, that you're not going to become an impediment to someone else. So you have to quickly get off the track and do it in a safe way. So I think we got through that first exchange very safely.
Valparaiso on the exchange has moved their way up to second. Still Mount Vernon leading here in the first of 2 sections for the men's 4x800 meter relay. Greenwood Community High School slotted in 3rd. You see the times there just before the first handoff.
Yeah, no, this is an event that's contested outdoors as well at the state championship. So this will be a good marker today to see who we can expect to see at North Central High School this year, which is a brand new, or they're returning to North Central High School. After years in Bloomington at Indiana University, the high school state meet outdoors is moving to North Central's brand new facility.
Here comes Valparaiso trying to work their way to the lead. Second runner on the track here for the men's 4x8. It's Mount Vernon in front, but Valparaiso trying to break away. Greenwood Community still trying to hold on to make it a 3-pack man up at the front.
It's fun to see the race within the race. Each leg takes on a race of its own as the runners come by with 1 lap to go in their leg, and we're coming up, next time you see it will be the halfway point.
And 4th is where we find Northridge, as Valparaiso has taken the lead here in section number 1 of the boys 4x800 meter relay. Second handoff. This one coming to the third athlete coming up here at the start-finish line. We will have one more section after this. But remember, it's the top finisher based on time, not where you finish here in your section. Valpo has opened up almost a quarter of a straightaway lead as they get the handoff here to their third athlete.
They have quite a lead, and it's basically a time trial. When you're out that far, you're not running against anybody, you're just running against yourself. And so the Valpo runner is going to be pushed on his own.
How reliant are you when you have this big of a lead and it is against the clock, not against your competitors, to have your coach and your teammates reminding you to keep pushing like you normally would if you had somebody right there on your heels?
That's right. They would, hopefully a coach would yell out your split so you know where you are to plan and run faster or slower accordingly. But I think they're trained to do exactly what we're seeing them do. He looks smooth and strong.
Second leg for Valpo, 1 minute 59.10 seconds. They've got about a 3-second lead over second place Mount Vernon at the last timing stand.
He's through his first quarter. Still looking good, and there hasn't been any change in the distance between he and second.
Brian, you mentioned this is one of the events that will run both indoor and outdoor. The difference, though, you have an extra 200 meters on the track at the outdoor. How much that extra time, obviously it's less laps to run, but it's more distance per lap. What's that difference between indoor and then outdoor?
Well, the outdoor track is faster just because of the diameters of the turns, the length of the straightaways. You can build more momentum and keep momentum going on an outdoor track. That's really the main difference.
Valpo really starting to cook here. Greenwood Community has moved into second place here in section number 1. Mount Vernon falls back to third. They've been our top 3 teams here in the first section of the men's 4x8. And now we'll get our final handoff to the anchor leg here as Valparaiso's opened up almost a turn length lead here, and a little look over the shoulder from the third runner for Valpo.
And we'll see how team strategies come in. Quite often, a team will put their fastest runners first and their slowest runner on the team last, and then just the opposite, the anchor's the fastest. So we'll see if that's the case between 1 and 2 now. Although the runner from Valpo is off to a great swinging pace.
Mount Vernon in third. Columbia City is really making a push here in fourth, and Northridge is in fifth, but it's been all Valpo as they have opened up a gigantic lead here in the first section. They took that big lead for about that second handoff.
That is a big lead.
Again, the athletes running against the clock here in section 1 of the men's 4x8. Valparaiso was in second early on. They took the lead about midway through that first stint, that first leg, and they have not given it up since. They've just continued to open it up, trying to put up a big time here in section number 1.
All right, he looks smooth and strong.
Valparaiso with that big lead. Going down the backstretch. Trying to beat the clock here in the men's 4x8 section number 1. They've got about a 4-second lead over second place Greenwood. 1 lap to go here for the men's 4x8.
Right, there's the bell, and he looks like he's not giving anything up. It'll just be important to see what their time it is and how it stacks up for the second section.
Mount Vernon in fourth, Greenwood Community up into third. That distance tightened up a little bit. Good second leg there run, or good couple laps there run by Greenwood Community, a second faster than Valparaiso. But Valpo took an early lead, and they will win section number 1, trying to post a big time here for the men's 4x8 final. 8 minutes, 9.46 seconds, the Valpo time here in section 1.
Right, an impressive time this early in the season.
Columbia City in second at 8:12.67. They were back towards fourth or fifth for those last couple of legs. They find themselves all the way in second, posting a nice time, 3 seconds clear of Mount Vernon.
Right, a great anchor leg by Columbia City.
Just a couple hundredths between Mount Vernon and Greenwood Community. Those were the top 4 teams for the majority of our race today. North Central from Indianapolis finishes in 5th in section number 1. We turn it over to section number 2. That does have the fastest 2 qualifiers in Westfield and Bloomington North, the only 2 teams, Brian, in the men's 4x8 to go sub-8 on their qualifying time.
And I think it's going to be fascinating to see how this race unfolds with these teams as close as they are.
We touched on it a little bit. What's the difference between running against the clock like they have to here to where we saw with the 60-meter dash finals or the 3,200-meter runs where you're running against the competitor right next to you, in front and behind you?
Right. Well, that says that you always want to qualify as high up as you can because you want to be in the mix with the fastest teams and the fastest individuals running. So the chance exists that this fast heat will take all podium finishers because of that.
12 teams here in section number 2. Center Grove, Carmel, we mentioned Westfield and Bloomington North, Hamilton Southeastern, Roncalli, Columbus North, Warsaw, Avon, LaPorte, Noblesville, and Fishers. Bloomington North already with 1 state champion today. That came in the men's 3,200-meter run earlier today by Jacob Mitchell, their junior.
All right, we're going to see these guys right together, and this race should immediately say who's going after it.
Top 8 qualifiers are back at the start-finish line. Waterfall start with the Avon, LaPorte, Noblesville, Fishers folks up front. You can spot the Avon runner with the Bumblebee jersey at the front of the group. Get a look at Center Grove, Carmel, and Westfield and Bloomington North right there. And we're off in the second section of the boys 400 or 4x800 meter relay.
And you see the pace they're after it right away.
In Westfield and Bloomington North, the top 2 teams qualifying time here. Center Grove with an early lead here in lap number 1 of leg 1. All blend together here and run as one. Here in section 2, again, you're running against the clock. The time to beat, 8:09.46, put up by Valpo in section 1 earlier.
All right, we'll see how teams line up with each other. It could be that Center Grove and is that Lebanon, not Lebanon, but these 2 teams might have their fastest. Noblesville, these 2 teams might have put their fastest guys at the front.
Is that kind of a coach's preference to put? We talk about usually put your fastest runner last as the anchor, but you're trying to go out and kind of put the hammer down here early?
It just depends. It's a strategy that you can employ. A lot of times on an indoor track, it's harder to make up ground. So sometimes it is best to put your fastest guys up front.
Well, don't look now. Here comes Bloomington North. Again, Jacob Mitchell, the champion of the 3,200 meters. And Bloomington North has moved into second place. Big lead for Noblesville as they've got 1 more lap to go here on the first leg of the 4x8.
Carmel's moving up on the outside. It looks like Noblesville's fatiguing a little bit, and the field's catching him.
Carmel coming up hard. Warsaw in third. Noblesville's big lead. Here comes Avon as well. And Noblesville's going to get picked at the line. Here comes our first handoff to the second runner. Carmel in the lead. Warsaw, Noblesville, and Avon. Bloomington North and Roncalli, your top 6.
Great exchange by Carmel to get through that in the lead.
The top 4 teams all separated by less than a second. Bloomington North and Roncalli just a little bit behind, and a really fast first lap here from the second leg. Carmel and Warsaw have taken the early lead, trying to stretch it out here over number 3, Avon.
Yeah, impressive leadoff legs. 4 guys, the 4 leaders went under 2 minutes for the 800 meters. So good times right out of the first leg.
Warsaw and Carmel. 8:07.81 was the Carmel qualifying time coming in. Warsaw 8:09.07. But they're leading the pack here. Bloomington North, though, and Avon trying to make it a 4-man pack up front. 2 laps left here for the second leg. Shoulder to shoulder is Carmel and Warsaw. Again, the time to beat, 8:09.46, that Valpo put up in Section 1. And here comes Bloomington North on the outside.
Right.
The Panthers take their first lead of the men's 4x8. 1 more lap to go before our second handoff. It was Noblesville early, but that late fall away before the first exchange has marred them back in the pack. Bloomington North, though, with a big last lap here as they head for the backstretch.
Yeah, Bloomington North running away right now. Great second leg.
Carmel and Warsaw, second and third, and don't look now, but here comes Hamilton Southeastern. Their second runner with a big late charge, trying to vault his way up into third before the second handoff. Handoff clean for Bloomington North. Same for Carmel, Warsaw, and the newcomer to the party in Hamilton Southeastern.
Right, great race for second, third, and fourth.
An almost 5-second lead for Bloomington North at the handoff. The second runner for the Panthers went 1:52.70. Again, almost 5 seconds clear of Carmel. That lead has been shrunken a little bit as Warsaw now finds themselves in second. You see a pretty good battle back there, trying to get those final 6th, 7th, and 8th finishing spots. Those are the final points-paying positions here in the 4x8.
Gosh, 152, an impressive leg by the second Bloomington North runner.
About a 60-meter lead, but there's that big pack back in the back. Center Grove is in there, right in the tip of that spear, trying to get finish in the top 8 positions, give points, and remember, points double here in the relay. So big points on the line. Even if you don't finish at the top, it could be a big points day for 6, 7, and 8.
That's right.
2 laps to go here. Bloomington North has opened up a big old lead. Their lead runner made it tight with that top 4, and now everyone's looking at the taillights of Bloomington North with 2 to go in the second section of the men's 4x8, leg number 3.
Yeah, that's what a 152 will do for you, give you a lead like that, but it seems that those 2 guys are coming back to North.
Warsaw and Carmel have been locked in second and third here for some time. It's a ways away back to HSE in 4th. 1 lap to go, leg 3. Avon in 5th. Center Grove and Westfield, 6 and 7. Noblesville in 8th. With Fisher's Ron Colley trying to get that last points-paying spot from Noblesville in 8th as we head to the final turn here for the third runner for all competitors, the anchor leg coming up.
Carmel has closed it up and is going to take the lead.
Carmel comes out of nowhere as Bloomington North falls back. Same thing that happened to Noblesville at the exchange from runner 1 to runner 2. The exchange to the anchor leg has now vaulted Carmel to the front. Bloomington North back to second and Warsaw in third. But here comes Hamilton Southeastern really cooking out of 4th, trying to make it a 4-way batch heading around for lap 1.
Yeah, it appears anybody in the top 4 can take this.
Avon, Center Grove, Westfield, and LaPorte round out your top 8. But Carmel in the lead. Lap 1 down, 3 to go. And Carmel had a sub-2 time for their last leg on the split. They're sub-6, again trying to beat 8:09.46 that Valparaiso put up in section number 1.
The smooth strides of Bloomington North kind of contrast with kind of the choppy spinner stride of the Carmel runner. And that could indicate where he's going to go over the course of this race.
2 laps to go as Warsaw has entered the chat in 3rd. HSE's fallen a little bit back into 4th. It's Carmel, Bloomington North, and Warsaw, 1, 2, 3, with a lap and a half to go in the men's 4x8 section 2.
Yeah, gutsy running by all 3 of those guys.
HSE in 4th, Avon in 5th. Ron Colley just moved into 7th. But it's a 3-man race with 1 lap to go for the men's 4x8, and Bloomington North is in front. Warsaw trying to nip second. as Bloomington North looking for their second state title of the day.
North just made a quick move and just instantly put 10 meters on those guys.
Bloomington North really cooking down the backstretch, and the Panthers have opened up an even bigger lead. And for the second time today, the Bloomington North will be named state champs and in an impressive time as they take Section 2, a big-time finish for Bloomington North, and they do it in 7-4-9, 8-5. A second state title for Bloomington North. Carmel second, Warsaw in third, Avon fourth, and Westfield fifth overall and in the section. Same thing for HSE.
Yeah, what a statement win by the Cougars, 7:49.85. Fantastic time.
That is almost 11 seconds faster than their qualifying time. And the top 8 finishers, Bloomington North, Carmel, Warsaw, Avon, Westfield, HSE, Roncalli, and Center Grove. The top 8 finishers overall as well. Bloomington North, their second state title of the day. We're back with the girls 4x8 next.
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
Boys pole vault on the stand. Been a big all skate all morning. We started at 8:30 with the field events, and the pole vault, one of their more unique field events, because you can just keep going and going as high as you can make that bar to clear it. So you could start at 8:30 and be done at 3:30 if you have, depending on when guys jump in. It's a very unique event, but very exciting as well.
It is a unique event. It's one of the most audience and pleasing events to watch. And you're right, it goes on until the last jumper can't jump anymore. And they start that race, or they start the event well before the rest of the meet, to make sure they get it all in.
So you got to build in a little bit of time.
Yes, that's right. You have to.
DeMarco Easter, your state champ in the boys pole vault. Here's section number 1 of the girls 4x8. Zionsville, Warsaw, Penn, Bloomington North, Whiteland, Columbia City, Portage, Carolina, Fort Wayne, Lawrence North, Brebeuf, Floyd Central, and Chesterton. And just like the boys, 2 sections, 4 runners, 4 laps. Last year's champs, Hamilton Southeastern, set the meet record of 9:18.64. We'll see the defending champs coming up in section 2.
Brebeuf is in the big school division as a result of their success in football. Normally they would be in the small schools, but the success factor that it's employed for football also plays here at track and field.
Len in the lead with Warsaw in second. Whiteland and Floyd Central, your top 4. With Penn trying to work their way into 4th.
Yeah, one of the mini relays we'll see today, the 4x8. Again, it's a test of the depth of the middle distance stable that you have. And we saw how it was employed in the boys' race. And an impressive win by Bloomington North.
You look at the list of events today as they first runners come around with 1 lap to go. Not as many individual events on the track side here for the Indoor State Championships. How much does that help when you go outdoor trying to help you when you do get some more relays and some more maybe unique events, even though you don't have the individual.
Well, with the number of relays we have, there's opportunities for more people to run, 4 to a team, and so that's a benefit. And then just traditionally this meet has been, it's a relay meet after all, and so it's been weighted toward having more relays. So the open events are the sprints and hurdles in the 3,200. The rest of it is just the field events and then all relays after that.
Yeah, it says relays in the name. It's kind of a dead giveaway, right?
Right.
Warsaw in the lead here for section number 1 of the women's 4x8. As the last handoffs are clean. Carroll for Fort Wayne and Chesterton. You saw they're handing off to their second runners.
Right. It's no secret that some of the most popular meets in the United States are relay meets. Penn relays, Drake relays, Texas relays are often the most well attended and have garnered the most interest of track meets across the country.
Warsaw in the lead here in section number 1. Halfway, 3 more laps to go here for the second leg of the women's 4x8 section number 1. Warsaw's lead trimmed down a little bit. You see some folks kind of trying to find the open spots to cross the track. I was always nervous doing that. I never wanted to get in the way. I always felt like I would be. So I had to find a nice wide gap to make sure that I could get myself through it.
There's these little slips you can get through, but it's always safest to go wide, stay out of danger.
Floyd Central coming out of nowhere here in the back half of leg number 2 as they take over the lead here in section 1 from Warsaw, with Whiteland sitting in third.
The Highlanders look smooth and strong.
One lap to go here in leg number 2. Floyd Central came in at a qualifying time of 10:15.11. That was the second slowest here in section number 1, but they're putting on a good showing here with 1 lap to go for their second runner.
No doubt.
Bloomington North, by the way, had the second fastest qualifying time in this section. They are currently back in the pack a little bit as Floyd Central's opened up a big lead as we get ready for the second handoff. A nice pack here for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, with Portage coming up to make that second group. Penn, Bloomington North in there as well.
Yeah, similar situation to the last boys race we watched, with the third leg being well ahead. The way it was set up, the pack caught up. We'll see what happens here. This is a big lead.
Almost a 2-turn lead for Floyd Central. See back to the front with Portage and Chesterton there in the back. Floyd Central, and then Penn into second. Whiteland up to third. Bloomington North, actually Whiteland back in fifth, Warsaw is in third. And then Portage in sixth here in section number 1. With 3 laps to go for the penultimate runner, but Floyd Central, again, the second slowest qualifying time, but they have still got a little bit that's still about that 2-turn lead, trimmed up just a smidge.
Right, as we follow the Floyd Central runner around the track, we're reminded what a beautiful facility this is. We're reminded what a great crowd it brings, and we're reminded how fortunate we are to have this wonderful track and field facility right in the middle of our state capital, our state fairgrounds. It's so interesting that during the state fair, this is the swine barn. And so it's used year-round as an event center, but 4 months of the year it's a track and field.
This venue hosted the Division II NCAA Indoor Track and Field Championships a couple of weeks ago. As part of a really nice kind of takeover for Division II, they had the Swimming National Championships, wrestling here as well, all in downtown Indianapolis.
Yeah, that was great to see, and it'll be very interesting to see the future of college athletics and the divisions with all the changes that we're seeing now. Division II seems to be a great place for track and field to continue.
Last lap for the third leg. Floyd Central's lead has been trimmed down slightly, with Penn working their way into second. Floyd Central's second split time, by the way, was 12 seconds better than Warsaw. We'll see where the times come in here, a little bit tighter as we get ready for the anchor leg here of Section 1. Women's 4x8, Floyd Central took the lead about 3 or 4 laps in, and they have not given it up since. Penn on the handoff. Same thing for Warsaw, Whiteland, and Bloomington North, your top 5 in Section 1.
Right, this should hold.
Penn about 3 seconds faster than Floyd Central during that last split. And the last batch of runners have taken to the course here for the women's 4x8. A little bit of congestion back there
Right.
near the start-finish line. Second or third time it's happened here in the women's 4x8 is now Floyd Central with Penn right on her heels. They're starting getting close. They can see the lap traffic there in front of them. Again, running on time here. See a collision at the handoff. Floyd Central trying to get it off, but a runner in front, and then Floyd Central's had to two-step her way around somebody in the back.
Yeah, it's just her not paying attention to where she was on the track. She should have gone around.
And that's allowed Penn to make all of that time back up as they take the lead here with 2 laps to go in Section 1. Women's 4x8 with Warsaw and Whiteland and Bloomington North, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Great replay by our replay operator, Dennis Glover. Director today, Jordan Chu. Camera operators, Mike McManus, Juan Guillen, Daryl Tibbs, and Brian Pierce and Travis Sutton. They're the men about town. They're the wireless cameras bringing you all the shots, both at the start-finish line and at the field events today.
Yeah, great job, guys.
1 lap to go here for the first section of the women's 4x800 meter relay. Again, trying to post a time, but Section 2 has got to go after. It's been Floyd Central for the majority of this section until that little dust-up, a little bit of a collision for the anchor runner for Floyd Central allowed Penn to come back and take the lead as she stretched out a little bit as they hit the bell lap here for section number 1. It'll be Penn, followed by Floyd Central, Warsaw, and Whiteland, that top 4. Penn coming with a time of 9:35.13. Bloomington North will finish in 5th here in section number 1, but 9:35.13, the time to beat, posted up there by Penn. And just a little bobble there, a little collision from Floyd Central derailed their chance of taking home or finishing 1st here in section number 1.
That's right. That was a good pickup, and then an awesome anchor leg by the Kingsmen.
You see the last finishers, Lawrence North, finishing section number 1. Half the field has put a time on the board here for the women's 4x8 final. Section number 2 coming up next. We'll step action of the women's meter relay here on the ISC Sports Network. Back here at the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion for section number 2 of the girls 4x800 meter relay. Penn took first place in section 1 with a time of 9:35.13. Floyd Central had led for the majority of the first section before falling into second. They finished at 9:36.90. So again, those are the times our 12 teams are trying to hit here in section number 2, which features the top 2 qualifiers in Bloomington South and Franklin Central. South with the number 3 placard, Franklin Central with the 4. You see the top 8 qualifiers in this section in front of you. Noblesville, Westfield from right to left. We mentioned South and FC. Carmel wearing the 5, Hamilton Southeastern, North Central, and Columbus North are your top 8 qualifiers here for the women's 4x800 meter relay. With 3 more events to go here for the large school state championship. Again, the time to beat, 9:35.13, put up by Penn in section number 1. 6 of the 12 teams in this section had faster qualifying times than the one that Penn put up. Nice tight pack here to start as Noblesville, the Millers, have an early lead with Bloomington South coming in to second place. Just underway here. As Bloomington South at the lead here in section number 2. Again, they're the top qualifier in this event with a time of 9:13.59.
Yeah, great start by some of the state's top teams in this 4x8. Bloomington South off to a nice lead to start off.
Carmel in 5th and Franklin Central, or Carmel in 3rd, excuse me. Franklin Central back in 4th as Carmel moves their way into second. You get a look at the lead runner for Bloomington South. She's opened up a sizable lead. Westfield and Franklin Central back there 4th and 5th with HSE, who are the defending state champs and the record holders from a year ago in this event, back in 5th position so far.
Right. Such a great program year in and year out.
Four, 5, 6, and 7 all tightly packed back there as well, with Homestead in 8th. We saw in the boys 4x8, the top 8 finishers in that heat, in that section, were also the top 8 finishers in the event, so that's where all the points went. And as we mentioned earlier, double points for the relays, so some big points even at the back end here through positions 5 through 8.
That's why the coach wants to stack these relays for double points.
Handoff, step for step, Carmel and Bloomington South. Carmel with a slight lead. As we're off to leg number 2, Carmel goes 2:16.82, Bloomington South 2:16.86.
Solid leadoffs.
4 seconds clear of Brownsburg, who's in 3rd. And Carmel and Bloomington South have opened up a decently sized lead here in the women's 4x8. Noblesville in 3rd. Franklin Central in 4th. You see the rest of the field coming across the start-finish line. Homestead along with Crown Point, North Central, and Columbus North. 2 laps to go here for the second leg as Carmel has opened up a little bit of a lead here. They were the 3rd fastest qualifier here in this heat, in this section, excuse me.
Carmel pulling off just a little bit now.
As they head into turn number 2, Franklin Central has worked their way up into 3rd, with Westfield hot on their heels as they pass Noblesville. But still some work to do. With about a lap and a half to go here for the second leg. Carmel, Bloomington South. And you can see the gap back to 3rd.
Had an awesome leg by the Carmel runner to create that distance.
Their teammate cheering her on. They're the start-finish line. About a 20 or 30 meter advantage there. Franklin Central, though, starting to close here on second place, Bloomington South. The gap getting tighter between second and third is a little bit of laboring there for Carmel as they hit the final turn. The handoff to the third leg. Brownsburg and then Homestead. So they head to the third turn along with Fort Wayne Bishop Dwenger. Handoffs have been made to the third runner. Carmel with a sizable lead, but Franklin Central, Brian, has moved their way into second. They've been toward the middle of the pack for the majority of this second section.
Right, that was a quiet leg by the Franklin Central runner that got them into the position they are. We'll see how this holds out. Now this could be one of the faster runners they have on their team to close the gap on Carmel.
And the flashes of Franklin Central go fastest on the second leg at 2:15.51, a full second faster than Carmel as the Greyhounds slowed a little bit there towards the end of the second leg. You see the Carmel runner out front heading down the back straightaway. Bloomington South trying to stay within sight of the leader in Carmel with 2 laps to go here for the second leg.
Yes, the runners in second and third are moving up, closing a bit. See how it works out over this lap.
Bloomington South has been able to trim the deficit a little bit here on second place, but it's all Greyhounds. They try to get their first state title here of the day. Back-to-back state champions in the team category on the girls' side the last 2 years. 2024, 2023.
Here's our leader with 5 to go. 1 lap on her leg.
The anchor legs start to get into position, but the Greyhounds have opened up that lead just a little bit more as here goes Bloomington South into second place heading into the final set of turns.
Yeah, she's done well to pad the lead. The Carmel Greyhounds are in control.
So here's a look at the distance back to second, third. Fourth is Hamilton Southeastern, Noblesville in fifth. Westfield just coming in to screen. Remember, the top 8 finishers get points to their team, and the handoff made to the anchor leg, and Carmel has that lead intact. Bloomington South in second, but another good finish for HSC. The state champs a year ago in this event have now worked their way all the way up into third. But Franklin Central doesn't let them have that position for too long. It was snatched back before they got through the midway point of the second turn.
Right, and she's going after first place.
Can anybody track down Carmel? They have been the class of this event here today. 2:18.46, third leg.
They've lapped part of the field.
Hamilton Southeastern ran a great leg on their third leg. That's what vaulted them into third.
The Carmel anchor just smartly ran through the line of girls waiting to take the baton for their anchor leg and therefore lapping them.
You saw a little bit of mix-up there with Floyd Central couldn't really traverse that very well, but the anchor here for Carmel made quick work of that.
She did.
Franklin Central in second place. Carmel has opened up a sizable lead, an over almost a half a lap lead here over second place Franklin Central, just going through the short chute of 1 and 2. And Carmel's heading around the bend, getting ready for 2 laps to go, I believe.
That's a term you don't hear in track meets too much, short chute. But I know what you're talking about.
I figured people in Indiana might pick up the reference a little bit.
No doubt. I had my college coach told me, I said, I was over there in turn 3. He said, there's only 2 turns, 1 and 2.
One lap to go here in the 4x8. Carmel with a sizable lead. They've had it for the majority of this event, trying to lock in their first state championship of the day.
There we go.
And here comes Carmel, but coming at the line, Bloomington South with an improbable finish. They finish at 9:06.38. They had been almost a half lap behind Bloomington South, but they get Carmel at the line by 0.05 of a second and steal the state title right out of Carmel's grasp.
But incredibly impressive. We just talked about it. How do they stack up? How do they line up their teams? And obviously, the Greyhounds padded their team with the faster runners at the beginning. The Panthers did just the opposite and came back and won on a very impressive anchor leg.
Franklin Central in third at 9:13.64. Hamilton Southeastern in fourth. And here's the finish coming down the home stretch, and out of nowhere, Bloomington South gets it, the state title, by that much.
Yeah, and I think she was so surprised. You see the surprise right now. She's head in hands going, why did I not run through the line? And it appears that she just not gave up, but just let up just a little too early.
So Bloomington South, who led for a good portion of that first leg, they take first, Carmel in second, Franklin Central in third. These are overall. Hamilton Southeastern fourth, Noblesville fifth, Westfield sixth, and Penn comes home in eighth at a time of 9:06.38. That obliterates last year's state title meet time of 9:18.64, almost over 12 seconds better for Bloomington South. Wow.
Yeah, that is very impressive, and the teams have steadily gotten better. You know, we took a big hit during the pandemic year of putting in a base, and we've, almost 5 years past that, 4 years past a missed season. It seems like the times are coming back. That's very impressive.
A thrilling race in the girls' 4x800 meter relay. Bloomington South nips Carmel at the line and are your state champs in the women's 4x8. We're turning up the speed a little bit when we come back for the boys and girls 4x200 meter relay next here on the ISC Sports Network.
At Indiana State University, we're all in for you. So you can be all striving, all thriving, all achieving, all the time. Bring your hustle, your drive, and your ambitions. Match it all with opportunities that make your resume sing. Work on real-world projects as part of your degree. Find your people in a welcoming community. So, are you in?
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
Today's coverage of the Hoosier State Relays is brought to you by Barnes & Thornburg, Indiana's largest law firm, proud to support the Nike Hoosier State Relays. So an exciting finish to the girls 4x8 relay. Here, a dead sprint, 4x200 for the boys. 4 sections in this one, and again, like the other relays, it's on time. And we'll have 6 teams in each section here and a capacity crowd from the Fall Creek Pavilion here on the Indiana State Fairgrounds.
Yeah, this is the fastest 90 seconds that you'll see today. The first leg will run in lanes the entirety of the first lap and then hand off on a stagger. The second runner will run in lanes around the and break after the first turn. And then the work begins to line up in order that your team is on the track. And things happen so quickly, the third runner especially has to pay very close attention to where his team is on the track, and with the help of officials, get lined up right.
Again, this track only 200 meters, so things happen a lot faster than what they normally do outdoors for the 4x4, where there's a little more leeway in timing of trying to get into your position when it's your time to step in and go.
Exactly. The comparable event outside is the 4x1. This event used to be contested outside back, I think, until 1977, when we moved to metric and we moved to kind of the international events. But I'm expecting some blazer times here.
Your lane assignments: Warren Central in lane 6, Bloomington North in lane 5, Carroll Fort Wayne in lane 4, Lawrence Central in lane 3, Fort Wayne Northrop in lane 2, and Warsaw is in lane 1. That's a staggered start. So Warren Central on the outside. They will have the spot at the farthest most part of the track. So we're ready to go. 1 lap apiece, a dead sprint for the boys 4x2.
See the workers scrambling now to take the blocks out of the lanes, because the second runner will still be in those lanes when they come by.
Warren Central with that early lead, but as they hit the last turn, Bloomington North to get ready for the first handoff. Almost a little bobble from Bloomington North. That brings Carroll Fort Wayne into the lead for runner number 2. That second leg.
Great start by Carroll, and then south, then north.
So a little bobble from North puts Carroll into the lead. Warren Central slotted in third.
Now watch the high-speed exchanges here.
Clean from Carroll, clean from North. Warren Central, little tangle up from Lawrence Central as the third leg of LC got tangled up with the second leg of Dub C, and now Bloomington North showing off the speed down the backstretch, trying to track down Carroll. Everybody in the proper position here at the start-finish line.
With a nice leg to stay in third.
Carroll, Bloomington North, Warren Central, your top 3 here in section number 1. Lawrence Central in 4th. That's Williams, who's already taken 2 top 3 finishes today individually. And Carroll, little slip, Bloomington North losing his footing. That puts Warren Central into second and Lawrence Central into third. Another strong finish from Williams of the Bears today.
That's right. Williams seems to be all over the place today. The Bloomington North runner had a misstep to lose second place in that heat, but he recovered to finish. Just stepped inside the curb too. That officials will look at that, and that'll be a disqualification.
And not only you're going so fast, it seems if you get on the edge of any of your feet, it can just kind of topple over, and then he's also got to worry about all of the hurdles that are stacked up right there that he's running so fast, losing your footing, and trying not to ruin those to boot.
That's right. So it's an easy thing to have happen to you, and it's unfortunate. A race like this, I'm not sure that there was an official down there exactly watching that to see that. But since he had more than one step inside that curbing, that would normally be a disqualification.
So Carroll takes first place in section number 1. Again, just like our other relays, you are running against the clock. Here's the time to beat, 1 minute, 29.63 seconds. For those bunch from Carroll out of Fort Wayne right there in the middle of your screen. Today's Meet Today brought to you by I Want to Run. I Want to Run is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. That's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Run staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were owners of the largest timing company in America. They do it all from IHSA high school and middle school cross country to NCAA Division I meets like the Big East, Horizon, and Crossroads Conference Championships, and road races big and small, including the Boston Marathon and several local 5Ks. They have the experience and the most modern equipment to make sure your race is scored accurately and flawlessly. Take a look at iwantrun.com. That's IWANT, the number 2, RUN.com. To see how to get your upcoming races timed by the best. Again, that's iwantrun.com for all your timing and scoring needs. A lot of activity here inside the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion. On the edge of the Indiana State Fairgrounds.
Mount Vernon, Fortville is in this section, and that's a community that's really come on with their track program in the last 10 years. Athletes and team performance has been good, so we'll watch them in this race.
There they are in lane number 1, Rebuff in lane 2, Plainfield in lane 3, Bloomington South in 4, 5 is where we find Chesterton, and Elkhart is in lane number 6. Second section of the boys 4x200 relay here. Another staggered handoff. It's Elkhart in lane 6, Chesterton in lane 5 to the first handoff. Clean all the way around for Elkhart and Chesterton. Bloomington South was in third for a moment, then Plainfield, their second leg, really cooking down the backstretch as they blend together. Rebuff almost lost his footing back there in fourth.
He tried to go through a hole that closed on him.
Here's Chesterton on the inside to leg 3 of the 4x2. As the anchors get into position, Chesterton in front. Halfway home at 45.25.
Very clean. I think the handoff here could make a big difference in this race. They're so close.
Chesterton just out in front of Elkhart.
Chesterton, mistake-free.
Elkhart in second, Plainfield. They're getting some pressure from Brebeuf. Their anchor leg flying into third here in section 2. Chesterton out front, Elkhart in second. Trying to bring it home is Chesterton, and they lead wire to wire here in section 2. They take first with a time of, so we wait to get that final time, but Chesterton, a really nice run here in section number 2 with Elkhart in second.
Really nice, took care of every handoff, increased their lead with every leg.
That's a new fastest time, 1:29.46 for Chesterton. Elkhart at 1:30.09. A good finish for Brebeuf. They were back in about 4th or 5th. But that anchor leg did wonders for them as the Braves come in with a time of 1:36.8.
Right, they had a misstep. It cost them a place, but they did come back.
We'll take a break, come back with Section 3 here, the boys 4x200 meter relay on the ISC Sports Network.
So you or your athlete are a budding pole vaulter, then you know that you need the right poles to take your ability even higher. That's why Inverted Rentals has partnered with Pole Vault Elite, giving you access to all the poles they use to train state and even national championship winning athletes. When you check out their website, their app-based program will give you access to every Team Pacer pole they have, all geared to help you achieve your goals. And you can choose how long you want to keep it, or swap it out free with a new one as you progress. So scan the QR code today and go higher with Inverted Rentals.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high
On your marks, set, go to the Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum. Enjoy the history and the championship record-breaking performances of Indiana's greatest track and field and cross-country athletes and schools. You'll find the stars, experience gold medal moments, see how the equipment and sports have evolved and changed. Learn the interesting historical stories about these amazing Indiana championship events and athletes. From the smallest school and team to win a state championship, to Indiana's history of Olympic athletes. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Admission and parking are free. For more information, visit IndianaTrackCCHOF.com. The Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum, Terre Haute, Indiana. You'll enjoy a gold medal experience.
A familiar face, that's John Peters. He won the 60-meter hurdles earlier today for Maryville. And he leads things off here for Maryville in Section 3 of the men's 4x2. Brownsburg, Westfield, Fishers, Cathedral, and Zionsville. That's lane 6 back to 1, running left to right on your screen.
Peters has done a good job of making up a stagger.
Brownsburg in the lead on the handoff. Westfield right there, and a nice handoff for Maryville as Peters got him a nice lead. This is leg 2 of the men's 4x2. As they blend together, Brownsburg in front. Cathedral goes wide as they're back there in fourth. Maryville in second, Westfield in third for the time being, but now Cathedral finds their way up near the front, and it's a dead sprint here in leg 3. Brownsburg at 44.68. Cathedral was there at the line, but they've fallen back to third with Maryville in second.
Yeah, fantastic third leg.
Time to beat 129.46 that Chesterton put up in the most recent section. It's Brownsburg in the lead, Maryville with some pressure coming from behind with Cathedral, but don't count out Westfield, who's in fourth. But it's Brownsburg in front with a decent lead heading around the final turn. To the line in Section 2, a little tight footwork for Westfield as they get tangled up with Maryville. That puts Cathedral and Fishers, who came out of nowhere to finish second here in section number 3. Almost calamity around that third turn, and the Tigers of Fishers, it pays off.
Right, I have to see that again, but it looked like that was just a racing thing. No one actually got in anybody's way, but we'll have to see.
Chesterton still the leader in the clubhouse at 129.46. Brownsburg in second at 129.52. Cathedral finishes second here in the section, but they're 5th overall at 130.16. And Fishers, with that 130.16 time as well, they are slotted in 6th for the time being. You got to go to a lot of decimal point places when you have guys tied for hundredth of a second.
That's right. Yeah.
One section left to the boys 4x200, and it comes up next here on the ISC Sports Network. Here's a look at Franklin Central. They're in lane number 1 here in the final section of the boys 4x200 meter relay. Lawrence North, Hamilton Southeastern, Evansville North, Avon, and North Central are all a part of the fun here. Time to beat, still Chesterton, 129.46.
We'll see who has the deepest sprinter core now.
We will see 2 of our competitors from the 60 hurdles from the folks at Lawrence North with Demario, or the 60 dash with Demario Moore and Monshun Sales. Coming up in the 3rd and 4th legs for LN. They'll be running out of lane 2. And a slight delay to our start here. And as I say that, the gun goes off. So a very slight delay. North Central out in lane 6. Avon with a nice close down the backstretch. Second leg already in position.
North Central standing up in the zone as compared to the rest of the guys who are standing right on the line.
Hopping up and down, ready to go. Avon with a slight lead. Evansville North in second. North Central in third here for leg number 2. But don't count out Lawrence North from the inside as they blend together. HSE and Franklin Central almost got caught up in the wash in the back.
We've got hold positions here.
As it's Avon in the lead. Lawrence North with Sales, the runner-up to the 60-meter hurdles earlier today. He is flying down the backstretch. He's into second and looking for the lead.
Exchange will be so important on this last handoff.
So the runner-up in the 60-meter dash will give way to the winner in the 60 meters of Demario Moore for Lawrence North, and he is shot out of a cannon.
What separation created there?
A 21.51 for Sales. And Moore is just leaving everybody in the dust. And Demario Moore will win his second state championship today as he takes the 4x2 title as he and Lawrence North and Sales and Moore, a 1-2 combo. Fantastic. As Lawrence North, the top time at 126.41. That would be a new state record. Avon also broke the state record. They came in second, but Lawrence North might have stepped out a little bit early. So get a look right here with Sales as he came down in front of Avon. And the step.
Oh. Yes,
about 4 or 5 of them.
If they catch that.
So the second time we've seen a couple of folks step out in that same spot on the track.
That's a great job of the production crew picking that up.
Hamlin
So far.
Southeastern in third. So the top 2 finishers, if it holds for LN, both they and Avon break the meet record of 128.05 set by Ben Davis back in 2006.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. You know, quite often these meets have umpires stationed around the track to judge those things, and it doesn't appear that they're stationed that many places here. So a situation like that can be easily missed. And so far, they've got LN up on the leaderboard, number 1.
North Central finishes in 4th, Evansville North 5th. Chesterton has their score hold from Heat 2. They finish in 6th today. Brownsburg and Carroll round out the scores here for the men's or the boys 4x200 meter relay. The ladies up next. We're back with that next here on the ISC Sports Network.
On the track, on the trails, on the roads. In the rain, in the wind, in the heat and cold. One more mile, one more hill, one more rep. This is where champions are made. Athletic Annex, the ultimate Nike destination.
At Indiana State University, we're all in for you. So you can be all striving, all thriving, all achieving, all the time. Bring your hustle, your drive, and your ambitions. Match it all with opportunities that make your resume sing. Work on real-world projects as part of your degree. Find your people in a welcoming community. So, are you in?
Back for the girls 4x200 meter relay. Section 1 sees the Bulldogs of Crown Point from Northwest Indiana, Fort Wayne Northrop, Munster, Chesterton, Westfield, and Warsaw.
Yeah, quite an assembly of teams across 4 sections. And if this is anything like the boys, we'll see a lot of excitement here.
Ladies getting into position. Mac Designs has been the provider of team uniforms, spirit wear, and custom t-shirts and apparel for 35 years. Local to Carmel, you can work directly with Mac Designs' experienced staff to find just the right garments and their on-staff artists to design your look just for you. Mac Designs has uniforms and apparel for all sports from all major brands, including Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and New Era. With Mac Designs, you work directly with people who make your order happen, not through a broker or middleman. The entire process is managed in-house, from design to ordering to production, with the experienced staff making sure your order is perfect. Mac Designs will even set up a web store for your team or organization to select and pay for your items at no additional cost to you. Reach out to the Mac Designs team at macdesigns2.com. That's the number 2.com. Section 1 of the girls 4x2. With Warsaw, Westfield, Chesterton, Munster, Fort Wayne, Northrop, and Crown Point from left to right on your screen as they run down the backstretch. Westfield with a good close down the home straightaway for the handoff. They have a slight lead over Warsaw around the first turn.
It's easy to mistake Cathedral and Westfield with their uniforms looking pretty much similar.
Northrop out front. And the Shamrock in front kind of, well, the good thing is you know it's one of 2 teams.
Right, threw me off at first. Great finish by the Shamrocks.
In second. Way to avoid trouble there. Hand off to Northrop. But the Bruins still in front here for the third leg. Warsaw back in third here in Section 1.
Northrop Bruins, one of the great programs out of Fort Wayne for years and years.
They had the lead around the final turn. One handoff to go here for Section 1 of the girls 4x2. Northrop, Westfield, Warsaw, and Munster very tight. 25-9-8 split for Northrop. They lead by about a second. And a nice battle for second, third, and fourth, with Westfield, Munster, and Warsaw back there. It'll be Fort Wayne Northrop to take Section 1, but here comes Warsaw with a big-time finish down the home straightaway. And Warsaw able to get that second place finish it looked like here in section number 1. They do. Northrop first, Warsaw, and then Westfield, but a big-time close by the anchor of Warsaw.
That was Cameron Berner. You don't call it Berner for nothing. She did come on and really finish well. It's hard to make up ground on this track at the short distance when an anchor leg has a head of steam on, but she really came on and made a difference in that race.
So they finished in second with a time of 1:45.94. Northrop puts the number out there at 1:45.36. We're back with Section 2 next here on the ISC Sports Network. So we wondered if this would happen, and they have made the decision. The officials have to disqualify Lawrence North. You saw Sales, the second to last runner, step over the rail and out of bounds. So Lawrence North DQ'd. That means Avon, with still a meet record time of 1:27.60, are your champions in the boys 4x2. HSE now second, North Central third, Evansville North is in fourth. And you see the rest of the standings there. Tough break for Lawrence North, but still a great time for Avon as they were able to break the meet record.
Yeah, we wondered if the officials were going to catch that. We had the benefit of an instant replay to see exactly what happened. But in the end, justice was done. Good for Avon. And Lawrence North will have a nice long season ahead of them to make up for that.
And a blistering time of 1:26.41 to really smash that old meet record. As you see the 4x2 teams ready to get their final instructions.
That's the type of thing, though, that can hurt you in the team championship race big time. So they're missing out on double points there. It's going to hurt.
For those relays, you get 20 points for a victory, 16 for second. And LN went from 20 to nothing. Getting
20 point swing.
Section 2 ready to go and off for the girls 4x2. Gary Westside, Lawrence Central, Noblesville, Merrillville, Franklin Central, South Bend, Adams. That is inside to outside, or right to left as you look at it here on your screen.
You see LC standing in the middle of the zone instead of right at the front of it like the rest of the girls. So she's going to take the baton late.
Is that just the runner's preference there about where you feel like you have the best chance to?
Well, they could have maybe the incoming runner has a stronger finish or something, and she runs through the line faster. It's interesting. It gives you less margin of error to make the exchange on time and in the zone.
South Bend Adams the big lead, but then drifting away, but then forgetting that they're in order and they found her. As Franklin Central in second, Maryville there in third. So we look down the backstretch here. It's Adams, Franklin Central, Maryville. And the rest of our 6 competitors here heading to the anchor leg here of Section 2 of the 4x2.
Yeah, big lead for South Bend Adams.
Almost 2 seconds. Then Franklin Central and Maryville, a little bit of a stumble from Franklin Central. Lawrence Central, their anchor leg, really bringing it on down the back straightaway here in the second place. South Bend Adams with a sizable lead. LC, remember you're running against the clock here, not your competitor. And Lawrence Central with a nice close to take home second place here in Section 2, but it's South Bend Adams in the first spot here in the second section.
Yeah, well contested. We could see a couple of those teams on the podium.
A new fastest time has been clocked in by South Bend Adams at 1:42.98. And Lawrence Central also beats the top 2 times from Section 1 with a 1:44.77. Maryville currently in 5th. Noblesville is in 6th. After 2 sections, Section 3 coming up next here on the ISC Sports Network.
So you are your athlete or a budding pole vaulter, then you know that you need the right poles to take your ability even higher. That's why Inverted Rentals has partnered with Pole Vault Elite, giving you access to all the poles they use to train state and even national championship winning athletes. When you check out their website, their app-based program will give you access to every Team Pacer pole they have, all geared to help you achieve your goals. And you can choose how long you want to keep it, or swap it out free with a new one as you progress. So scan the QR code today and go higher with Inverted Rentals.
Today's coverage, as you see the boys 4x200 meter finishers receiving their medals. Ritchie Athletics proud to present today's action to you. Ritchie Athletics serving our home state of Indiana since 1962. I'd like to congratulate all of the athletes that are competing in this year's HSR Indoor State Meet. We also want to encourage the parents, coaches, and officials who are helping make today a day to remember. We wouldn't be where we are today without you, but sometimes we all forget to say thank you. So thank you all. We wish you all the best. Indianapolis Cathedral in lane number 1 here for Section 3 of the girls 4x2. It'll be New Albany, Fishers, Portage, Zionsville, and Hamilton Southeastern to round out the 6 teams here in the 3rd section.
We're looking at Jackie Alves of Cathedral, a freshman leading off for the Irish.
Time to beat 1:42.98. And our second to last section of the girls 4x2. Hamilton Southeastern on the farthest leftmost port of your screen. Then Zionsville and Portage. Lanes 6 through 4 have broken away from the other 3. And off to the second leg, Portage, HSE, and Zionsville. And then New Albany along with Cathedral and Fishers. Now they'll blend together on the backstretch. HSE's second leg, a nice cover. And it looks like the Royals are going to have the lead here at the handoff for the 3rd leg.
Very good leg by the Royals on that time.
Cathedral now up to 3rd. New Albany in 4th. As Hamilton Southeastern starting to open up a little bit here for the second to last leg of Section 3. The anchors are ready and waiting at the start-finish line. Clean for HSE. Same for Portage, Cathedral, and New Albany.
Good safe exchanges all the way around.
The freshman star for New Albany that we saw earlier today trying to bring it home for her team. She's got them up into third, but HSC with a big lead around the final turn, and the Royals of Hamilton Southeastern will finish in first here of Section 3. We'll wait to see what the time is for the Royals. Portage and then New Albany second and third. 141-45 puts HSE into the lead heading into the final section with Portage and New Albany now in fourth.
Important team points for the Royals there. We'll see how it holds up in the next section.
So HSE will try to see if their time will stick. Let's get a look at the times there with Portage, New Albany, Zionsville. And so 1:45.03, by the way, is your cutoff time for the 8th spot to get those final points. Our final section coming up next here of the girls 4x2 from the 2025 Hoosier State Relays on ISC.
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
A lot of happy Royals. They have posted the time to beat at 1:41.45. South Bend Adams just behind them. Easy to confuse with the white jerseys and blue shorts from both teams, but South Bend Adams had the lead until HSE's Section 3 first place run.
All right, it's great to see Adams here. South Bend represented in the state indoor championships. Very meaningful to have so many different schools represented.
Hundreds of athletes here today for the large school, and we still have the small school state championship coming up this afternoon, starting around 3 or 3:30, as those folks will start to make their way here to the Fall Creek Pavilion. But one final section of the girls 4x2. Brownsburg will be in lane 6, North Central in lane 5, Avon, Carmel, Carroll, and Lawrence North.
See if the Wildcat girls can make up for the boys' DQ. Tough running out of lane 1.
As Brian mentioned, Lawrence North had broke the state meet record in the boys 4x2, but they stepped out of bounds on their third leg, and then Avon named the champs. They also did it in meet record time as well. North Central had a slight lead for a couple of steps. Brownsburg with a slide edge. And off to the second leg, and here comes Carmel out of lane 3. As they blend together on the back straightaway.
North Central at the break.
Qualifying time of 1:42.42. Brownsburg digging, trying to get into second before the handoff to leg 3. North Central with a clean exchange. Brownsburg and Carmel 2, Lawrence North in 4th. That third leg has really tightened things up a little bit as North Central's in danger of getting caught by Brownsburg and Carmel.
This will be a fun exchange to watch. Carmel's coming up with some momentum.
North Central with a slight lead to the anchor leg. Clean handoff there. Brownsburg and Carmel all step for step. Brownsburg and North Central down the back straightaway. Brownsburg with a little bit of an edge, trying to find on the outside part of the turn, but North Central able to hold her off.
Strong leg by the Panthers.
North Central out in front of Section 4. A late charge from Lawrence North. North Central wins Section 4, and the eyes turn to the clock, and they win the girls 4x2 with a time of 1:40.14.
Wow, team member Olivia Smith, the anchor runner, just held off and then extended her lead to be very dominant in that last leg.
Carmel second in the section, second overall. Same for Lawrence North and Brownsburg. Hamilton Southeastern finishes in 5th, Avon in 6th, and Carroll in 7th. And just like in the boys section, Brian, the final section was the fastest, and it lived up to the billing as the Panthers of North Central clock a 1:40.14 to bring home the title.
Yeah, amazing. That's some of the top programs in the state of Indiana: North Central, Carmel, LN, Brownsburg, HSC, Avon, top 6. And we'll see them all again at the top of the leaderboard when we get outside for the state championships,
which will be held at the Panthers' home track over there off of 86th Street. So the Panthers get their first state title of the day with a 1:40.14 time in the girls 4x200 meter relay. We go to the DMR next here on the ISC Sports Network. Today's coverage of the Hoosier State Relays is brought to you by All-Star Cross Country Camp. All-Star Cross Country Camp has been gathering middle and high school runners for over 40 years for a week of community building, running, and fun in preparation for the fall cross-country season. Any incoming 6th grader to seniors in high school are invited to join us this summer, June 23rd to the 27th. Please find more or reach out at allstarccamp.com or at allstarxccamp on social media. I'm sure we have some alumni of the All-Star Cross Country Camp here in the indoor-only event, the distance medley relay. 4 runners, 4 different distances, 1,200, a 400, an 800, and a 1,600. That confuses me just reading all of it. I don't know how you try to keep track of that when you're the runners down below.
Well, the runners won't have a problem of it, but it's a great opportunity for a coach to be strategic in the placement of his runners in different places. The 1,200 is a distance that isn't contested individually, and it's a chance for a coach to either bring up an 800-meter runner or bring down a miler. And then putting in a 400-meter runner in this place would be a chance for a guy to maybe come back and double in the 4x4 today. If there's a straight 800, and then the race ends with the anchor leg being a 8-lap mile. So it's fun to watch. It's fun to see how coaches put their teams together, and it should quite often come down to a very close finish, despite it being 4,000 meters long.
So even though this is only an indoor event, it sounds like this is something that can really propel a lot of guys, whether you mentioned they're coming down a distance or going up in distance, when you go outside here in just a couple of weeks.
Right, an opportunity to compete at a high level and condition yourself to that next race. So this is a good thing. In the NCAA, the DMR is contested as a point-scoring event.
Our first section of the boys' DMR will find Elkhart, Portage, Columbus North, Zionsville, along with Evansville Wrights, New Pal, Ben Davis, Whiteland, Marion, Lowell, LaPorte, and Lake Central. as the shot putters flex their muscles on the girls' side as they are receiving their medals before the boys' DMR.
This will be run out of a 2-turn stagger on the opening lap, and they will have 5 laps to go when they come around.
Let's get a look at some of the girls' shot put from earlier today. That's Samara Rouser from South Bend Adams. Either Olivia Ford or Emma Gardner from Greenwood bring home the title. Some high-quality throws over there at the shot put area on both the boys and girls side here today as we're coming to the final stretches. As Emma Gardner, your champion, Rouser in second, and Macy Miller from Fishers finishes in third for the girls' shot put today. Congratulations to all of those young ladies. That's all quiet over at the shot put area for now. Just 2 field events still going on. That's the high jump and the girls' pole vault.
Quick start by Max Malloy of Elkhart.
Marion in second. Remember, it's the 1200 up first here for the boys' distance medley relay. .200-meter track, so 6 laps for our first competitor, 2 for the second, 4 for the third, and 8 big ones for the anchor leg.
Right, the big lead start up right away for the first 2 teams.
So Elkhart out front, the Giants of Marion in second. And the rest of the field coming into view with Columbus North and Ben Davis 3 and 4.
We're splitting 800 meters now. 2 laps left for the leadoff runners.
You go through all of the distances that each runner has to compete in. It sounds like a lot, but you kind of blink, particularly with the 200-meter track, and it goes by fairly quickly.
Yeah, that's a good point. It does, and it will be interesting to see the exchange now coming up in 2 laps between the slower incoming 1,200-meter runner handing off to a sprinter, basically, and then the same is true when that 400-meter runner hands off to an 800-meter runner. But somehow it works out, and it's all coachable.
1 lap to go here for the 1,200 portion of the boys' DMR. This is section number 1.
Elkhart extending a nice lead.
I see Portage there getting their 1 to go signal. Ben Davis and then Columbus North. A little Whiteland push there coming in to help out as well, along with Lake Central.
Here comes the first 400 leg.
Elkhart clean on the exchange. Little double look back there for Marion, but they're still able to gather it in. Ben Davis clean in third, then Columbus and North and Whiteland right there on their heels. So after a more dedicated and maybe methodical 1,200, we are hitting the gas hard here in the 400.
And this is where teams really have to pay attention to where you are on the track. They started getting a little spread out.
Elkhart stretching that lead out. Marion and Ben Davis second and third, then Whiteland and a whole host of folks there from 6th on back.
Yeah, that'll be a gaggle to watch the exchange.
The last runner crossing the start-finish line now, and that moves Elkhart into position for the 800 runners. Clear track ahead. And the 800 runners off for Elkhart. Same for Marion and Ben Davis. And then Whiteland and Wrights and Columbus North and Lake Central and everybody else is in that gaggle, Brian, as you put it back there behind 3rd and 4th.
Right.
Bloomington North, the state champs a year ago. We'll see them in section number 2. The meet record held by Cathedral, 10:03:29 that meet record time.
Elkhart so far wire to wire. Jackson Azell is their 800-meter runner.
He's got at least a 60-meter lead heading down the back straightaway. You see him out of picture now. Evansville Wrights up into third. There's Elkhart out front. They will hand off to the longest distance of this event. That's the 1600 to close out the DMR. Still Elkhart, Marion. Now Ben Davis has got some company with Wrights and Whiteland and Lake Central all trying to jockey for third. 2 to go here for the DMR. Section 1 of the DMR.
Last lap for Elkhart in the lead.
Wrights in the second. They caught up with Marion, so is Columbus North and Whiteland. And after as Marion and Ben Davis beside themselves, or by themselves, I should say, in second and third, Wrights, Whiteland, and Columbus North, or Lake Central, have all caught them and passed them.
And that kind of running will make a difference now in this last lap, because anything can happen over the course of the next 4+ minutes.
Last runners of the 800 have cleared. So Elkhart with clean track in front, and here's their 1600-meter runner off. But Columbus North has come from way back, and they're right on the heels of Elkhart in second with Whiteland in third. Wrights and Marion in fourth and fifth. Ben Davis back to sixth here in section 1. You've been waiting so long as the anchor runner, and now you have, how important is it to not go out too fast, knowing you have 8 laps to complete here, even though you're probably juiced up, particularly if you're Elkhart, you've been leading the whole way. You try to keep your kind of emotions in check, I would think, for the anchor lead here.
That happens so often, Rick, when a guy gets juiced up and amped up and wants to go out a little too fast, and that's a mistake that's common, and then you pay for it at the end of the race. But at this level, most of these guys have a plan and know what they're doing, and it seems like Elkhart's off to a great start. Nice holding, nice form.
It's the opposite of what you see in most anchor runners. Like we just saw with the 4x2, you're going.
Right.
4x4 later, you're going. The anchor is always the fastest. You're going. This one, you don't want to go until about, maybe 4 laps from now.
Right, you know what your pace is per lap. And so you just want to hold that or be close to it, and then you'll have the right amount of kick at the finish.
Let's look at New Palestine and Lowell. Everybody onto their 1600-meter anchor runner. Elkhart about almost a full straightaway lead over Wrights, Columbus North, Whiteland, Marion, and Ben Davis. Could throw a blanket over 2 through 5 or 2 through 6. That gap closing just a little bit, with Elkhart still in front, as he's going to start to catch some of the guys in the back.
Yeah, he's smooth coming up on his halfway point.
We talked about this in some of the earlier distance events, particularly the 3200, but it's really a key, I think, in this one too, the communication between the runners on the course and the coaches and other folks to help keep them both of their split times, but also kind of let them know this is how far you have to go, here's where everybody is.
Exactly, and if you listen around the track, you can hear where different coaches are posted and yelling at their kids and encouraging them. But it is exactly right. There's a race plan, and the team that sticks to it best is probably going to win.
3 to go here for Elkhart as he passes those 3 back markers. Lead about intact with Evansville Wrights. He's taking over sole possession of second. Whiteland, Ben Davis has bounced back up into 4th after sitting in 6th for the last couple of laps. On the last couple of laps of the final leg of the boys' DMR, Elkhart has led from the jump. They've got 2 laps left here, the 1600, with about 3 lapped runners in between he and second place Wrights.
Wrights is making a move. and seems to be closing a little bit. We'll see what that does. Huge gap to make up.
There's our leader from Elkhart. Like Ryan mentioned, Wrights is starting to close a little bit. We'll have the two back markers to deal with that separate he and the lead runner from Elkhart, but we head to the bell lap here for Elkhart in the first section of the boys DMR. That gap was almost a full straightaway. Now it's down to about half that.
Still insurmountable.
Some work to do for Wrights. He's got two guys in front. Elkhart trying to stretch it out to the end. Around the final turn. And he is going to take section number 1. Elkhart will take first place in the section 1 of the boys DMR. Wrights with a strong race in second. Tip your cap to Ben Davis, who will finish in third. They were up near the front in the first couple of laps. They fell back to sixth. They'll finish in third. A nice battle between Whiteland and Columbus north of the line, and Marion. The other finish there as well, along with Zionsville. And Lake Central comes in to round out the final 6 or 7 competitors. The last couple of folks still out on the track. But a really nice run there for Elkhart as they win by over 5 seconds.
Yeah, they put a great team together. Led off by a strong 1,200-meter lead that they never relinquished.
Final couple runners coming in here for the boys DMR. So Elkhart is posted the time of 10:29.59. And Wrights in second at 10:34.91. We'll step aside and get ready for section 2 of the boys DMR. That's next.
On your marks, set, go to the Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum. Enjoy the history and the championship record-breaking performances of Indiana's greatest track and field and cross country athletes and schools. You'll find the stars, experience gold medal moments, see how the equipment and sports have evolved and changed. Learn the interesting historical stories about these amazing Indiana championship events and athletes. From the smallest school and team to win a state championship, to Indiana's history of Olympic athletes. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Admission and parking are free. For more information, visit IndianaTrackCCHOF.com. The Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum, Terre Haute, Indiana. You'll enjoy a gold medal experience.
The legend, Harry L. Gill, athlete, record holder, champion. Began coaching in 1902, winning 18 national titles. Dissatisfied with the equipment available for his athletes, a world-renowned track and field coach becomes a pioneer. Setting up a small workshop in 1918, he launched the Harry Gill Company. By 1922, his endeavor thrived, offering the only full line of track and field equipment. And by 1954, the name Gill is ubiquitous in track and field, producing 90% of all U.S. track and field equipment. Innovators in the sport of track and field, Gill Athletics continue to lead the industry.
Today's coverage of the Hoosier State Relays is brought to you by Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning-fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns, so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got you back. We've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence. So Section 2 of the boys DMR. The time to beat, 10:29.59, posted by Elkhart. And a little bit of pushing and shoving. Bloomington North's been in the middle of that a couple of times today on the boys' side, going back to the 3,200 individual champion earlier today. And again, if you're just joining us, the DMR, the 1,200 leg, 400, 800, and then 1,600 to close it out.
Yeah, coming around with 5 laps to go now for this first leg, and Bloomington North, in order to duplicate what they did in the 4x8. Will have their work cut out for them against some very, very strong programs here.
2 running state titles already for the Panthers of Bloomington North. Hamlin Southeastern out in front, with Franklin Central behind. Carmel, Bloomington North, and Westfield in that top 5.
HSE and Franklin Central in particular known throughout the years for their depth in the distance corps.
Noblesville moves their way up into the top 5. Still HSE and Franklin Central up front. With Carmel and Bloomington North in there as well. 3 laps to go in the first leg of the 1200. Brownsburg trying to make their way up, and pretty tightly contested after we watched section number 1 get kind of drawn out a little bit as they came towards the end of the 1200 leg.
Right, it looks like the coaches have put runners of equal caliber on the front leg. Perhaps they're fastest at this group. Everybody's there instead of perhaps using them in the 8 or the mile leg.
2 laps to go. A whole bunch of folks, pretty much all 12 teams, 10 of the 12, pretty tightly compact as we get to the final 2 laps of the 1,200-meter leg of the DMR.
Northridge has moved up nicely into 5th place or so.
Trying to work on the outside a little bit.
Here comes Franklin Central.
Franklin Central to lead. Bloomington North and Noblesville, they took their cue from Franklin Central, and everybody starting to put HSE back towards the middle of that lead pack. 1 lap to go here for the 1,200 leg to start the DMR.
It's great to see the race within the race here. This is, if it was an open 1,200, it would finish the way they're in the order in now.
Warsaw and Northview round out the top 6. It's Franklin Central, Bloomington North. A little bit of pressure coming from the outside as Noblesville falls back a little bit. That's Fishers that came out of nowhere, and Warsaw really pushing there up into 2nd as they head around the final turn for the final couple meters of leg number 1.
Really well run by Warsaw.
And now the speedsters of the 400. Franklin Central, Warsaw, Bloomington North, Fishers, your top 4, with Noblesville rounding out the top 5.
There's a nice early move by the Cougars to get into 2nd. We'll see if that holds up. A lot of times when you move that early, it leads to tie up in the 2nd lap.
Franklin Central with the lead. Then it's North, Warsaw, Fishers trying to find their way into 3rd. Noblesville, Avon, and Northview shoulder to shoulder back behind that top 4. Third leg now into position. Fishers came from about 6th or 7th for that last lap of the 1,200. They find themselves in 2nd as they get ready for the 800-meter leg.
Fishers probably had the best 400-meter leg.
Bloomington North in 3rd, then Warsaw, Northview, Noblesville, Avon, HSE, Brownsburg, Carmel. As things are starting to get strung out here after a pretty tightly compacted 1,200-meter leg. Laps to go on the 800 leg. Bloomington North sidles up and passes Fishers for 2nd. Remember the time to beat, 10:29.59 from section number 1 by Elkhart. A nice lead, about a turn's width or so here for Franklin Central.
Yeah, that'll be hard for these other teams to come back knowing how well Franklin Central can run this race.
We talked about this in section number 1, not coming out too fast because you're amped up and in the lead. Does that same thing apply here to Bloomington North and Fishers, who are at 2nd and 3rd, thinking, I got to make up the time, I got to make up the distance, but knowing you got 1,600 meters to make it up?
Right, it's a team race, though, and you got to do your part, and it's laid out there for you. You know exactly what you do. You have to make up about 30 meters. With 1 lap to go, they're doing just that, but it's a huge lead for the Flashes.
Franklin Central's been in front since pretty much the gun went off here for the second section of the boys DMR. Nice battle for 4, 5, and 6 between Northview, Noblesville, and Warsaw, with Franklin Central heading down the back straightaway before our final leg. That's the 1,600 meters, the longest distance of the DMR.
Yeah, they'll have a comfortable margin of about 40 meters to work with.
Clean handoff. Fishers open up a little bit of a gap over Bloomington North. Then it's Noblesville, Northview. Warsaw, Avon, Carmel, Brownsburg, HSE all right there, shoulder to shoulder. As Mount Vernon and Westfield, the last two, to hand off to their 1,600 meter man to round out section number 2.
Right, I mean, this type of lead is not insurmountable, but if the personnel matches it, we'll just have to see how it unfolds. But the Franklin Central runner looks good, it's smooth.
Franklin Central in the lead. So we'll look at Mount Vernon and Westfield. Their 1,600 runners coming around to finish their first lap here of the final leg. Almost an eye shot are those two. The last two competitors for Franklin Central. Fishers has solidified their spot into second. Bloomington North with a sizable lead over Northview in fourth for that third place spot.
Yeah, the leaders are running really well, really comfortable. I expect them to hold on. Bloomington North, though, scoring nice points in that team race, if they stay at third.
They've won 2 state titles already today in the 3,200 and the 4x8. Comfortably in third, trying to look to make a move maybe into second. With 5 laps to go here in the 1,600 leg as Franklin Central calm, cool, and collected out front.
Yeah, they've got time to make whatever move they decide to make to close on the leaders. I expect North to go around for second. 4 laps to go.
So Brownsburg back there, they've moved their way up from about 8th or 9th up into 5th. A good run from the folks from Brownsburg, and right on cue, Brian, North goes in, takes the pass, and they're into second place behind Franklin Central, coming in a shot right there.
And also putting a dent in that first place lead. Still comfortable gap, but with 3 laps to go, anything can happen.
As Franklin Central comes down the home stretch, you see Westfield and Mount Vernon. They're the 2 closest back markers for Franklin Central they might have to deal with here in the final 3 laps. Gap closing a little bit.
He's still swinging out, looking comfortable. Nice pace in control. I expect him to hold that form.
It's Franklin Central waiting for their competitors there. Second place, Bloomington North, and then Fishers right behind. 2 to go here for section number 2 of the boys DMR. See section 1 of the girls DMR getting warm at the top of your screen. As the final competitors coming through the start-finish line with 2 to go. But now it'll be 1 to go as here comes Franklin Central around the bend. They've been in the lead the whole way as he comes to the bell lap.
Really smart, in-control race.
Bloomington North in second, Fishers in third, but Brownsburg and Northview trying to make a late charge for third, excuse me. And Brownsburg's going to make the pass heading down the back straightaway, but it's all Franklin Central for the boys DMR state title. They extend the lead, and the Flashes are your state champs in the boys DMR with a convincing performance here today in section number 2.
North.
Bloomington North looking over their shoulders. Here comes Brownsburg, who came all the way from 6th or 7th to finish 3rd. Northview able to nip Fishers at the line. A really nice race by the 1,600 runners for both Brownsburg and Northfield.
Really nice race, very spirited, and important points, important second place points in the team score for the Bloomington North Cougars.
So North in second with a time of 10:16:39. Franklin Central first with a time of 10:08.85. Third place Brownsburg. Then Northridge, Fishers, Noblesville, and Carmel. Top 7 in the section, top 7 overall. Elkhart will finish 8th as they won section number 1. We'll step aside, come back with section 1. See the final times from the boys DMR. The girls DMR takes the stage next.
The MSD of Lawrence Township embodies educational excellence, unlocking the full potential of every student we serve. Where innovation meets tradition, our students excel in welcoming safe, state-of-the-art facilities. A traditional public school district, Lawrence Township boasts a 95% graduation rate. On the court and in the arts, our students excel. Join the Lawrence Township family, where learners thrive, surrounded by values that resonate with home. Lawrence Township, your destination for a brighter future.
Today's meet brought to you by I Want to Run. I Want to Run is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. And that's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Run staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were owners of the largest timing company in America. They do it all, from IHSA high school and middle school cross country to NCAA Division I meets like the Big East, Horizon, and Crossroads Conference Championships. Road races big and small, including the Boston Marathon and several local 5Ks. They have the experience and the most modern equipment to make sure your race is scored accurately and flawlessly. Take a look at iwantrun.com. That's IWANT, the number 2, RUN.com, to see how to get all your upcoming races timed by the best. Again, that's iwantrun.com for all of your timing and scoring needs. Section 1 of the girls DMR, Crown Point, Columbus North, Harrison out of West Lafayette, Floyd Central, Brownsburg Homestead, Penn, Bloomington North, Fort Wayne Bishop Dwenger, Portage, Avon, and Munster are your teams here in section number 1. Homestead, the defending state champs in this.
Yeah, they're defending state champs, and coming off 2 years ago, they were state champion in cross country. So just a very solid program from Fort Wayne.
They broke the meet record by almost 4 seconds last year. The team of Katarina Perego, Dominica Cassini, Lucy Kramer, and Addison Knobloch.
Yeah, Addison Knobloch really made her mark on Hoosier track and field over her 4-year career.
And Homestead out in front. And then it's Columbus North following in second. Again, if you're just joining us, the DMR, the 1200, the 400, the 800, and the 1600, the 4 distances for the 4 competitors.
Yeah, if you happen to be an 800-meter runner and coach says, hey, you got to run this 1200 leg, it's, it's 400 meters longer than you're used to running, it can be a challenge.
What's the biggest challenge that extra 400 meters possesses besides being half the distance more of what you're used to running?
Right, well, there's a specificity to training, and so if your training involves mostly just running over the distance of 800 meters, you don't have necessarily the endurance required to run those extra 4, although it's within the range of your ability, should be able to do it. But it can hurt.
Does it also affect maybe in your mind knowing when this is when I normally kick in the 800? I know it's different outside because it's 2 laps, but here indoors with half the distance around the track, you have to now change your mind of you don't kick as early now because there's still an extra 400 meters.
Yeah, that's right. That's why you have to just know exactly where you are in the race in relation to the clock, in relation to your competitors, and it's still a challenge though. That's what makes this DMR great, since it's an unusual, rarely contested event. It's just fun to see how the teams put their squads together.
Columbus North, Harrison, and Homestead, the top 3, as we hit the final lap of leg number 1, the 1,200-meter portion of the girls' DMR, section number 1. And the 400-meter runners get into place as Harrison tries to make a pass on the outside, heading into the final turn.
Officials doing a great job of keeping things marshaled and everybody in order, and here's the leaders.
Neck and neck, Harrison and Columbus North. A clean exchange. The top 2 teams off to the 400 leg here of the girls' DMR section number 1. A lot of traffic back there on the home straightaway, with the second leg taking off for the girls' DMR. Some of the boys' DMR guys getting their medals and making their way off the track.
Watch the track. Carmel's closed here on the sprint leg to make it a tight top 3.
We'll go back near the start-finish line as now the 800 leg will all get into position.
She might give the lead.
Homestead coming around the outside. Columbus North has been in the lead. Homestead trying to change that.
Sorry, I misspoke, and that's Homestead, not Carmel.
And Harrison in third as Homestead takes the lead. Remember, they're the defending state champs in this event. Broke the state mark a season ago. And the rest of the 800-meter runners are off, with Portage heading into the first turn. Columbus North gave up the lead briefly. They get it back with 3 laps to go here in the 800-meter leg.
Oh, stay tuned. This is going to be a great race. So each team is loaded with talent at this distance and the next.
Remember, we're running against the clock here, even though you're competing against your fellow runners on the track. It's 2 sections. The top 8 times are the top 8 finishers. But this has to help have, we talked about a little bit with some of our other longer distances, Brian, throughout the day with, okay, how do you try to make sure you're running against the clock but no one's really near you? Well, these top 3 teams, as Homestead's fallen back a little bit, but your top 3 teams, Columbus North and Harrison right there, 1-2. You've had almost a running partner for pretty much this entire race.
That's it. Not a partner, though. You're after that person.
Different colored jersey, yeah.
Right. I'm surprised that Homestead's fallen off as they have. Still a lot of racing left. Definitely a tight 1-2.
Yeah, Homestead had been up there heading into the handoff for the 800 portion, which is coming to its final lap right here. It's been Columbus North and Harrison 1-2 here. Homestead, and then Floyd Central in the 4th place position. 1 lap to go before we hand it off to the 1,600-meter leg of the girls' DMR, section number 1. There's Homestead in 3rd, Floyd Central trying to close that gap before the last handoff. High handoff for Homestead, but it was clean. As their final runners of the section are off into the first turn.
Nice comfortable margin at the outset. We'll see how it holds up.
This is Crown Point in that second section.
Homestead's got some work to do to get back into the top 2.
Homestead in 3rd. They fell behind a little bit as Floyd Central's caught them in the battle for 3rd and 4th. Penn on the handoff, along with Avon. And there's Harrison catching the back marker. So Harrison leads. They've stretched it out over Columbus North, but now Harrison's got to start to deal with some of these folks towards the back here and try to work through traffic.
Right.
So Columbus North right there in your screen in 2nd place. Harrison of West Lafayette out in front. And then no lap traffic in between 2nd place Columbus North and then Homestead, who's back in 3rd. But Harrison of West Lafayette have done a really nice job of stretching out this lead a little bit and maneuvering the folks in the back pretty well.
This is almost a home meet for Harrison. A lot of their coaches, administrators, service meet managers here and administrators. So it's nice to see them out on the track as well.
So there's the lead in Harrison. And Avon, the runner behind her, not for position. There's 2 lapped runners between Harrison and West Lafayette, and then 2nd place Columbus North. Homestead had fallen off for a little bit, but they're starting to make a little charge here down the front straightaway, trying to snake away 2nd here in section 1.
Yeah. North has fallen off, and you could kind of see an example of kind of the depth you need as a team to put together all these relays. 4x8 DMR, you really need a lot of girls to make it work.
Bishop Dwenger just moved their way around Brownsburg. For 4th or 5th. Just going to look at Portage heading down the back straightaway. And a lead, and a pass for 2nd place on the front straightaway. Homestead's come all the way back. They take 2nd. See the little pass right there heading in to the first turn. Still pretty tight between 2, 3, and 4, with Homestead now dropping back to 3rd and Floyd Central trying to fight their way up from 4th.
Right, it's a spread out field. Homestead, though, on a move, but a big lead to make up.
A little over a turn lead for Harrison.
She's smooth and strong.
3 to go for the leader out of Harrison West Lafayette. Maybe 1 to go actually coming around. There's a lot of traffic coming on with the back markers being mixed in here with the lead runners, but
they should keep the lap counter on the lead runner.
I know we're getting down to the end because section 2 is getting warm. That's my cue. Look for the action. Harrison West Lafayette has been in the lead for the majority of this race. Avon runner in front.
This should be the bell lap.
And Homestead trying to close. They've moved their way from 4th up into 2nd. As Harrison West Lafayette in the lead. See him heading down the back straightaway there. It's been a dominant performance here in section 1 for Harrison West Lafayette. Took the lead early and have not given it away since. It's been a pretty smooth showing here for the final leg of the DMR.
Now showing one to go.
And a bell lap here for Harrison West Lafayette. Homestead on their final go as well. As Harrison trying to post the time here in section number 1 that everyone in section 2 has got to beat. Coming around the final turn, Harrison has some breathing room to work. They've opened up the big lead. They kept it, and they built on it. And a really strong showing here for Harrison West Lafayette as they will take first place in section number 1 of the girls' DMR.
A nice mile anchor for Miss DeWitt, Sawyer DeWitt from Harrison. Finished that off.
Homestead comes across in second, Floyd Central third, Bishop Dwenger fourth, and Crown Point in fifth. You see the times there on your screen with the rest of the folks finishing here. Columbus North at mile legs really what kind of bit them. They had been in the top 3 for the majority of the race, but the last couple laps of that mile is what did them in.
Right. Yeah, that happens. And again, it's just an indication of what kind of team depth you have to put together a relay of varied distances, and then you have to come back and either run the 4x4 or the 4x8. You need a lot of kids to do it.
So the time to beat, 12 minutes, 38.80 seconds by Harrison. We come up with section 2 of the girls' DMR next here on the ISC Sports Network.
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
And our final field event from the large school Hoosier State Relays is in the books. Let's take a look at the highlights from the girls' pole vault earlier today, as the champion was Chloe Walker, senior out of Center Grove. Let's get a look at Whiteland's Malia Bostic with her pole vault there. This is Alexandra Hamilton of Westfield. I am inspired every time I watch pole vault happen. It seems like something so unnatural, and then the ones that can really do it make it look just so effortless.
Courage is the base talent that you must have in this event. You got to hurdle yourself up over a bar 8-9 feet above just to start off. It's a very challenging event, and the athletes that do it, I tip my hat.
There's your champ you saw right there, senior Chloe Walker of Center Grove, 11 feet 6 inches. Scarlett Olson in second, along with Jane Paddock, Eliana Transparenti of Warsaw, Piper Swart, Elsie Crodel, Alexandra Hamilton, and Malia Bostic, who we all saw in that package from the girls' pole vault.
Yeah, really nice. A lot of great Hoosier teams in this race now. Same people we'll see contesting for state championship outside this spring.
Today's coverage has been brought to you today by Mac Designs. Mac Designs has been the provider of team uniforms, spirit wear, and custom t-shirts and apparel for 35 years. Local to Carmel, you can work directly with Mac Designs' experienced staff to find just the right garments and their on-staff artists to design your look just for you. Mac Designs has uniforms and apparel for all sports from all major brands, including Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and New Era. With Mac Designs, you work directly with the people who make your order happen, not through a broker or middleman. The entire process is managed in-house from design to ordering to production, with the experienced staff making sure your order is perfect. Mac Designs will even set up a web store for your team or organization to select and pay for their teams at no additional cost to you. Reach out to the Mac Designs team at macdesigns2.com. That's the number 2.com. So here we go, girls DMR Section 2. Out front, North Central, followed by Fishers, Westfield, and Bloomington South. With the rest of the competitors, Franklin Central, Columbia City, Carmel, Zionsville, Noblesville, Kankakee Valley. First time we've seen Kankakee Valley out here today. Hamilton Southeastern, and Brebeuf Jesuit.
North Central taking this lap out fast, and the field's starting to settle back into it now. The field coming back to it.
So much tighter pack here in Section 2 than what we saw on a couple of other DMRs earlier today on both boys and girls sides.
Right, I expect by the end of 1,200 meters we'll have more of a spread, but looks like Carmel's moved up now to take the lead.
It's an interesting setup for all of the different disciplines. You have the two longer events at the beginning, the end, the two sprints in the middle, so it's kind of an interesting methodical pace to start, sprint, 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 and then really methodical there at the end.
It really is. Again, it tests your team's depth and the strategy of how you place them and where you place them in the race. Right now, it looks like Carmel's found something.
They came in with the best qualifying time of 12:02.24. Bloomington South just behind them, and then North Central leading that second pack of 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th places. Remember, you're running against the clock here like we have for the majority of our relays today. The time to beat, Harrison of West Lafayette, 12:38.80 from section number 1. Bloomington South starting to tighten it up a little bit here with Carmel out front.
One to go on this lap.
Carmel and Bloomington South have stretched away from the rest of the pack. But 3 through 7 right there in a tight bunch. North Central, Franklin Central in that second group. Brebeuf leading pack number 3 as they try to stretch up to that 3 through 7 group ahead of them. Brebeuf starting to do that, trying to track down HSE.
All right, it's kind of a good look at the two leading teams. Probably put more of a miler in this position, and the teams in the back have more of a middle distance runner.
Bloomington South has caught up to Carmel at the exchange for the 400, and they're shoulder to shoulder heading into the first turn.
Yeah, this should be captivating between two great programs throughout this entire race.
A lot of congestion right there at right near the start-finish line. Trying to hand off to the 400-meter runners.
North Central threading to make up some room here.
Bloomington South looking for the edge on the outside, and they get it heading in to the turn in their final lap here of the 400 portion of the DMR. North Central back in third, but it's been Bloomington South and Carmel step for step here so far.
Carmel doing a good job of holding off, and it looks like it's going to stay that way as we come up to the exchange to the 800.
A little bit of breathing room here for Bloomington South.
Nice.
And 2 clean handoffs. The 800 runner for Carmel looks to be the young lady that was the anchor leg that got clipped at the line by Bloomington South, and there's a big collision at the handoff back near the start-finish line. There's a little bit of trouble in the handoffs from the 1200 to the 400, and this time a couple people get caught up trying to go from the 4 to the 8.
Yeah, it's tough there. It's tough when you're fatigued to get out of the way. People coming in fast.
You see the Brebeuf runner had stopped, and then there was someone right behind her. Looked to be from Noblesville, and those two collided. They had just handed off to their teammates.
Yeah, both outgoing runners. I think the Brebeuf kid could have probably not stopped, and the other one should have had their eyes open. So these things happen.
So it's Carmel and Bloomington South here once again. They went 1-2, but in the inverted order of what they are now, with a big finish from Bloomington South to get Carmel at the line earlier today in one of our relays. Getting ready for the final couple of laps and the final handoff here as the 800 runners round out leg number 3.
Two great programs going at it. Greyhounds with the lead. One more lap in the 800 leg.
Carmel will stretch that lead out just a smidge. Bloomington South trying to tighten it up before they turn it loose to the anchor leg in the final 1,600 meters of the girls' DMR Section 2. Kankakee Valley and Westfield, who you see on the screen, as Westfield clears, and now the 1,600-meter runners get into position. So Carmel and Bloomington South are off here, the final leg of the DMR.
Lexi Colbaum's a sophomore from South, and she'll have her work cut out for her to catch up for Carmel's anchor, who's listed as Annabelle Pollard, also a sophomore.
We saw them. They were part of that 4x8 nail-biting finish between these two schools earlier today. Seven to go. Just going to look down the back straightaway. You'll see the leaders coming into view there in a moment. Carmel with Pollard out front. Bloomington South in second. Those two young ladies have had a lot of races under their belt today. They've raced as individuals.
Yes.
I believe in the 3,200, they're both part of those 4x8 teams earlier that went 1-2.
It's always great to have a workhorse or two on your team that can run that type of meet.
Six laps left to go, Section 2, girls DMR. First bit of lap traffic coming into view for the top two runners in our race right there on your screen.
Yeah, it's hard to make any difference between their style and relaxation there. They both look great and capable of winning this race.
They're both almost a half a lap ahead of their third place competitor. Still haven't caught that first back marker yet. It's North Central in third place, with Franklin Central in fourth, but it's coming out of those two young ladies there. 5 to go, now 4.5 to go for first and second place for the DMR. That's the gap back to third. A sizable gap that keeps growing inch by inch. First bit of traffic to deal with, and both able to pass her clearly.
Yeah, right around. And just staying right together on the course. And this will be a great race all the way to the finish.
If you're Bloomington South, you have to be pretty happy that your athlete was able to maneuver around and not lose too much distance between you and the leader from Carmel.
That's for sure. Both running smart.
There's that front straightaway look. Buff and Kankakee Valley trying to finish strong here for the 1,600 meters as we're getting the last handful of laps here for the girls DMR. Section 2, time to beat is 12:38.80. It has been Carmel and Bloomington South as they get the 3 to go sign.
3 to go, still right together.
Maybe a step of an advantage for Carmel. But as I say that, Bloomington South cuts that deficit right away.
All the way back to a third place Franklin Central team.
They made the pass. Franklin Central did to get around North Central. They're about a straightaway ahead Carmel and Bloomington South are there on your screen. It is a two-woman race as they head down the home stretch to get 2 to go.
We'll start to see him wind up here, and then somebody will make a move.
Pollard in the lead for Carmel. She and her counterpart from Bloomington South. As you see the third place runner from Franklin Central, North Central, and Columbia City 4-5. Those final point spots 4 through 8 pretty tightly contested as the top two have broken away. You get about a half lap lead for Bloomington South and Carmel. 1 lap to go, and now Bloomington South starting to look to make a move. Step for step, Bloomington South in the lead by a couple of steps.
She fell in, took the lead. That's a good move.
In the 4x8, it was a big run for Bloomington South and a big close that got them the win and the state title by a couple of steps. Here, Bloomington South takes the lead on the bell lap, and they've opened up a sizable advantage. And here comes Bloomington South trying to get the first place spot in the girls' DMR. Will check the time as they try to pick up their second state title of the day, but a big-time finish for the anchor leg of Bloomington South's DMR squad.
Big-time finish by Lexi Kolbaum, a sophomore who ran smart. She stayed on the shoulder of Annabelle Pollard, Carmel's great distance anchor, but the last 200 meters proved to be the difference, and she pulled off a great win.
And Bloomington South, smashes the league or the meet record set just a year ago by Homestead, 11:52.95, the first sub-12 girls DMR in indoor state history.
Boy, that is smashing the record.
Old one was 12:07 by that Homestead squad a year ago. And we saw Bloomington South victorious in the 4x8. And I think if they didn't bring all 4 of them back, they brought 3 of the 4 girls back, and they came out and smashed the DMR. That's 2 state records, by the way.
It just follows that the winning team would have a great leg on each leg of the relay, and that's what happened. Each time they took the baton, they were contesting for the lead, and then they finally took it at the last lap and won in convincing fashion.
2 state titles and 2 record-breaking performances with new best times in the 4x8 and the DMR team for Bloomington South. Yeah, girls, you can jump up and down in excitement. Other top finishers: Carmel, Franklin Central, Columbia City, Hamilton Southeastern, North Central, Noblesville, and Zionsville. The top 8 here in the DMR Section 2 are also the top 8 finishers overall as well. Just one event left. The 4x4 for the boys and girls coming up next here on the ISC Sports Network.
On the track, on the trails, on the roads. In the rain, in the wind, in the heat and cold. One more mile, one more hill, one more rep. This is where champions are made. Athletic Annex, the ultimate Nike destination.
Jump in on a little high jump going on. That's one of the competitors from Munster on the girls' side. Looks like the boys on the other end of the infield going on as well. Brian Brazzi, our analyst today, we talked about some of the wonderful features of the state-of-the-art facility here at the Fall Creek Pavilion. I think 2 of them we've seen a little bit with the 2 pits for long jump, and here having the infield big enough that you can have 2 high jumps going on simultaneously for the boys and girls.
Yeah, it's so unusual, and also just to have the resources to have 2 of these high jump pits in the same venue really makes a huge difference, and how they're able to keep the infield clear with sight lines for everybody. It's just wonderful.
Jordan Randall from Warsaw, already the state champ. He's going for a state record right now. He just clips that one as he's already won the state championship in the high jump. Trying to clear 7 feet is the mark. Let me say that again. He's trying to clear 7 feet. Imagine how many people you know in life that are 7 feet tall. That is incredibly high.
Yeah, he's got a strong, powerful build that you don't necessarily see on a high jumper all the time. Usually,
he cleared 6'10" to get here, and now we're trying to put a little bit of sauce on our already wrapped up state championship.
Yeah, that's good. You wrap up the victory, you score the points, and then you go for the individual glory of a 7-foot jump or a meet record.
The old state record is 7 feet, 0.25 inches on the boys' side. So you get a look at some of the girls' high jumpers on the other side of the infield. And the other side for the boys looks like it is up and just clipping it a little bit. There was Jordan Randall. We've seen 2 of the jumps. He's walking over to talk to his coaches, so he might have 1 more jump left. As the girls' DMR, the folks from Bloomington South pick up their 2nd state title victory in the distance relays, and also their 2nd state record as well, smashing the old DMR record by over 10 seconds. An impressive day for those young ladies on the #1 spot of the board.
Yeah, go Panthers, and I'm sure we'll see them later this season.
In the indoor state championships here today, we're all getting ready for the outdoor state championships coming up as well. And as Brian mentioned, they're moving back here into Indianapolis, going back at North Central High School after many years down at the fine facility down at Bloomington at IU.
Yeah, they had a wonderful run down at IU. North Central, a beautifully redesigned football stadium and track facility. The IHSA took the advantage of centralizing the meet in Indianapolis, moving it back to a high school venue. It should be a great success. Andy Elkins and the administration at North Central did a fantastic job.
2nd place Carmel, 3rd place Franklin Central of the girls DMR. First section up for the boys 4x4. We'll have 4 sections, 6 teams in each. And again, this is 2 laps per runner. We thought we were going to have
we had
6,
a little reseeding going on here.
Yeah, reseeding. So Warren Central looks to be at the top of your screen. And Brownsburg are here in heat #1.
Brownsburg at the break. And it's amazing. This is our last event on the track, 4 sections of 400 meters. Be really interested to see what this team scores look like.
Brownsburg starting to open up a little bit of a lead here. The state record set back in 2011 was 3 minutes, 20.91 seconds for the boys 4x4. The traditional ending event at pretty much every track and field meet you go to.
Pretty much.
Except for those people that like to be different, and that's fine. Go be different.
Put it in the middle of the show in prime time. Yeah, usually brings people to their feet. Opportunities for walk downs and big leads being made up.
So we got a 200-meter track indoors, so 2 laps instead of the 1 lap per runner that you get outside. Brownsburg out front of the 2-team heat #1 out of 5 of what we'll have here of the boys 4x4.
Yeah, Brownsburg is one of those suburban Indianapolis counties that have come to dominate track and field in Indiana. Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield, Westfield, Hamilton Southeastern, Carmel. The suburban schools of Indianapolis are really coming on with great strength in track and field.
The clapping here was John Randall trying to go for that meet record at over 7 feet. just missed it on that third try, getting a standing ovation as the third leg runners for Brownsburg and Warren Central here for section 1 of 5 of the boys 4x4 are into their final turn down the backstretch before heading off to the anchor leg.
Both of these guys have comported well for their teams. And here's how we make a two-person, two-team race exciting. Right down to the anchor, both together on the track.
Brownsburg's had a slight edge. Good push from Warren Central. And here's the final handoff. 2 laps to go here in section number 1. Brownsburg in the dark-colored jersey. Warren Central in the light-colored jersey. As the large school portion of the 2025 Hoosier State Relays will take an hour or so break and then come back for the small school portion. That is schools in classes 1 through 3A on the football side during the fall.
Close to my heart.
Late push here for Warren Central down the backstretch. Brownsburg with a little bit of slam of the door for into that final turn.
That's exactly what he did.
That will give Brownsburg a little bit of an edge. Good close from Warren Central, trying to get him at the line, and he might have gotten him.
He got him. I think Brownsburg stopped a little soon. Got a little confused with the lines down there.
Warren Central in almost a little under 4/10 of a second to get that triumph in section number 1 of the boys 4x4.
Brownsburg leaned at the relay exchange stripe.
A little bit more folks on the track here for section number 2 of 5 that we'll have here in the 4x4. Today's coverage has been brought to you by Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning-fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence. So a hard run race for the 4x4 team of the Warriors of Warren Central. No one in lane number 1 here in section 2 of the boys 4x4. Carroll in lane 2, Bloomington South in 3, Ben Davis in lane 4, Maryville and Lawrence Central round out your competitors here in section 2 of 5. And remember, the time is your competitor here. You are racing against your opponents, but it is the top 8 finishers by time throughout the 5 sections that will get those very big double relay points, 20 for first, 10 for second, or 16 for second, excuse me, so on and so forth with the math.
Yeah, it's big. With an open lane, and probably an open lane in the next race, it's interesting that they didn't just stick Brownsburg and Warren Central into those and cutting down the number of heats that we have. 4 instead of 5, but that's all right. Just more track to watch.
As a competitor, does that throw you off at all, thinking that you are going to be running with 3 or 4 other teams and then it's just you and somebody else?
Well, they probably knew what the situation was, but yeah, you'd rather be in with a big field. You're still racing against somebody, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference, but it's, I think, just more of an experience to be in a race with more people.
And section 2 is underway. Lawrence Central, Maryville, Ben Davis, Bloomington South, and Carroll. That's left to right on your screen as they come down the back straightaway for the 4x4. Here's section number 2, 2 of 5.
Yeah, it's lanes through the turns, and then they'll break, and it's always good to have that lead at the break.
It's Maryville and LC way out in front. Ben Davis almost stepped across the rail. That'd be the 3rd time we've seen a men's runner today in one of the relays step over the rail.
Interesting. That rail there, you step over that, you're going to take a little bit of a fall down because it drops off.
Here's the handoff to leg 2, and a good job by the lead runner from Maryville to get out of the way of the first guy, then make himself as small as he can, knowing there are guys behind him.
Everybody did a good job of not running into him.
You see Ben Davis, Bloomington South, and Carroll. They're the back. Maryville is split 49-76. Lawrence Central 50-65 as those two have stretched away from the rest of the field here in Section 2.
LC made a nice move to get around.
Live a grimace from Maryville as LC, the Bears in front. Ready for the handoff to the third leg as they head around the final turn.
There's sophomore against sophomore. Ethan Williams for LC, Tony Woods for Maryville.
We saw Woods during the 4x2 a little bit earlier, and he started to show up that speed down the back straightaway.
And here he's closing.
Maryville about 2 seconds off on that last split. But Tony starting to make up that time here as they head into their final lap here in the third leg. And a pass for the lead on the back straightaway by Maryville. As the folks from Northwestern Indiana in the lead.
Maryville did a nice job of just biding his time.
Now to the anchor leg here. It's been Maryville and LC this entire Section 2 so far.
Yeah, they're right together. Nice job of Maryville holding off. And that's a good position.
0.02 of a second separated Maryville and Lawrence Central, but Maryville in front with 1 lap to go here in Section 2 of the boys 4x4. Maryville stretching it out a little bit. Remember, you're running against the clock. But LC with somebody to try to chase down can still help out their time here. Section 2 of 5.
Strong run by the Maryville anchor.
Another strong finish for Maryville. As they take the second section of the boys 4x4. The race in the line will be Bloomington South, Ben Davis, and then Carroll. As Maryville finishes with a 3:23.86. LC in second, so Maryville has the top time so far with 3 more sections left. A hard-earned race for the Maryville folks. Today's meet brought to you by I Want to Run. I Want to Run is a full-service timing and service scoring company with 50 years of experience. That's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Run staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were the largest timing company in America. They do it all from IHSA high school and middle school cross country to NCAA Division I meets like the Big East, Horizon, and Crossroads Conference Championships, and road races big and small, including the Boston Marathon and several local 5Ks. They have the experience and the most modern equipment to make sure your race is scored accurately and flawlessly. Take a look at iwantorun.com. That's IWANT, the number 2, RUN.com. To see how to get your upcoming races timed by the best. Again, that's iwantorun.com for all your timing and scoring needs. So we're going to look at the clips today from the boys long jump. 4th place finisher out of Avon. Again, we've had a ton, Buff up next. There've been a ton of folks here and a lot of action going on for the long jump today. Homestead up next. That's Michael White and Maryville, who we just saw with John Peters, who just finished the anchor leg. John Peters has been an active guy today, running, jumping.
He's one of these guys that you have to put down athlete of the meet for us. 1, 2 individual events and relays.
Cleared it by 2 inches over Michael White. Cameron Kelly, John Adebayo, who we saw for Avon in the sprints earlier today, Jalen Wells Henderson, and Tavares Frierson. 6th, Ramsey from Maryville, we saw him earlier today as well, and Monshun Sales for Lawrence North. He was also in a couple of sprints today as well.
Yeah, John Peters is a raw talent. I saw the technique he used to get out to 23 feet, and he's got a ton of room for improvement. We should be enthused by that.
Walk us through as we see the medalists here for the high jump. When you're trying to compete in multiple events, whether it's multiple running events, relays, maybe some middle distance, maybe a long distance, but then you have a guy like John Peters that's sprinting, he's in a relay, he's in a field event. What type of discipline and what does that how does your whole day look knowing that you're going to be involved pretty much all day? As we get looking from the high jump earlier today.
Looking at the high jump now, it is concentration, it's preparation. Of course, there's an event in track and field, multi-event, heptathlon, decathlon, where you have to do a number of events and be prepared for them. That's a rebuff kid over the bar. And our near 7-footer clearing 6'10" there. But yeah, I mean, that is a rare and special athlete that can go from long jump to hurdles or relays. I know what you're saying.
Jordan Randall, the champ, 6 foot 10 inches. Chaz Corley, 6'8". Ateo Adewunmi, 6'8" from Avon. Conrad Hayden, 6'8". Same thing for Braden Patterson. And the rest of the finishers there, as Mr. Randall just a little bit away from breaking the meet record for the high jump at over 7 feet.
He looks like a football player, not a high jumper. But man, he's got some ups.
So yeah, normally you're right. The high jumper is normally a little bit longer, lean, maybe more of a basketball type of build.
Yeah.
If John plays football, I'll tell you this, I don't want him tackling or trying to run into me at all. That is going to hurt.
Yeah, he could go up for the Hail Marys.
Third section of the boys, 4x4. Pike, Carmel, Warsaw, Fisher, Zionsville, Lawrence North. That is inside to out for your lane assignments. Maryville, 3:23.86. The top time right now as LN tries to snake that early lead away from Warsaw. Little bit of congestion there heading around into the turn.
Sure, LN's going to want to run well here after the DQ cost some big points in the relay earlier.
A little extra motivation for these guys,
Definitely.
A little bit knowing this is the last event of the day for the boys' side.
Most definitely. Coach pulled them aside and said, look, this is what's at stake here. Let's go.
The handoff for the Wildcats. Warsaw in second, Pike third. Carmel in fourth.
Wow, great move there into second, now taking the lead.
And this is Pike coming all the way from third to lead.
Let's see if we can hold that through another lap.
So Pike, LN, Warsaw, Carmel, Fishers, and Zionsville, 1 through 5.
That's an example of the kind of exuberance that could come back to get you. But he seems to be holding on pretty well.
LN trying to tighten it up a little bit.
Oh, he's strong.
And there,
that's a good leg by Pike.
County rivals out of the mix. Got to make sure you hand it off to the right guy in the right red jersey if you're Pike and LN. Successful for both. And Warsaw nipping at the heels there, trying to take second away from Lawrence North. Pike has opened up a sizable lead here on the third leg of the 4x4, section 3. But Warsaw doing a good job hustling in third as they head into the final lap of the third leg. We saw Lawrence North earlier. As Brian mentioned, they got the DQ in one of our earlier relays after destroying the state meet. Can they avenge that here and better Maryville's time as we head to the anchor leg of the 4x4?
There's a Red Devil strong.
That's Pike in front, Lawrence North in second, and Warsaw really coming out of the gate hard here on that handoff down the back straightaway.
It's Ryder Daisy from Pike. See if he can hold on to a 20-meter lead.
Nice battle between Fishers and Zionsville for fourth place. Pike out front. LN, Warsaw, 1 lap to go. Fishers might have stepped over the rail towards the back as the runner from Carmel got tangled up just a smidge.
Get a little tightening from the Pike runner, but I think he's going to hold on.
Both LN and Warsaw with a nice close around the final turn. But a little extra kick there from the Pike Red Devils. They'll finish in first here in Section 3. We'll wait for the time to see if it betters Maryville. It does not. They're just a little under a second away, so it's still Maryville in front. Pike in second, LN third, and Warsaw 4. A really fun section number 3. But Maryville's time still sticks.
Right. Holding up.
You see the Fishers runner right.
Oh, he stepped on the line. That's a tough one. It's lucky he didn't sprain his ankle there.
I was just thinking that with as fast as these guys are running it, anytime stepping on that little rail could prove to be disastrous.
He was right flush on it. He'd been off to one side or the other. That could have been a nasty injury.
Let's jump to the highlights from girls high jump earlier today. As they're cleaning out the high jump pit. So the last action of the day will be on the track. And as we mentioned, if you come to the HSR next season, which will be here at the end of March, you get a lot of action. From your seat, you can see pretty much anything that you'd like. Track, field events. See a lot of different action as Kira Smith, the champ today, jumping 5'7" for Warren Central. Garner in second. Rittenauer in third, tied with Claire Payne. And Dennegill, Townsend, Buck, and Atawopo, along with Bryant. A lot of ties there, so a lot of athletes getting medals for the girls high jump. We'll step aside quickly and come back with section 4 of the boys 4x4.
The MSD of Lawrence Township embodies educational excellence, unlocking the full potential of every student we serve. Where innovation meets tradition, our students excel in welcoming safe, state-of-the-art facilities. A traditional public school district, Lawrence Township boasts a 95% graduation rate. On the court and in the arts, our students excel. Join the Lawrence Township family, where learners thrive, surrounded by values that resonate with home. Lawrence Township, your destination for a brighter future.
So the second to last section of the boys 4x4. Again, Maryville with the time to beat. Now, 3 minutes, 23.86 seconds. Pike in second, Lawrence North in third, and Warsaw in fourth after that really fun run in section number 3. And a little bit of a shake-up in our sections. Thought we were going to have 4 full sections of 6 teams. We had 2 in section 1, and it's been 6 here in the last couple. HSE is out front. Trying to see who all is in this section up on the big board. They have not cleared section 3 just yet. We know HSE's up front in lane number 6. Looks like we have Chesterton back here in lane 3.
Right, Noblesville's in 1, Avon's in 2. We're going to call out Roncalli for the first time today in lane 4.
Yep. I appreciate Avon. They're either going with the Bumblebee. They're in such a unique jersey.
It's a false start. Yeah, they're the Orioles, so I guess the black and gold still matches. It certainly matches their school colors, but yeah, I don't know where the Bumblebee and the Oriole come together.
Evansville North, I think, is going to be your folks in lane number 5. And this will actually be our originally slotted section number 3, so I think. So you have Chesterton, big Chesterton letters down the back. Millers I think there's only one Miller's in the States. That's easy enough.
That's right.
Avon says Avon across the front. HSE right across the front. And North, it's either Evansville North or Bloomington, and it's Evansville North. We've seen enough of Bloomington North today. I'm probably going to have their jersey imprinted on my brain by the end of the meet.
The blue and gold. So they must have ruled that an unfair start. No one has been DQ'd.
Second to last section of the boys 4x4. Again, the time to beat, 3:23.86. And a hot start here for Evansville North coming out of lane 5.
Yeah, it'll be close at the break.
They hit the break right now. And all merged together. It's Evansville North, Hamilton Southeastern, Chesterton, Noblesville, Avon, Roncalli. The top two runners start to separate themselves. They started in lanes 5 and 6 with Evansville North and HSE.
HSE's been on the outside shoulder the whole time, so he's running farther, but it looks like he's going to get the lead.
A couple steps, trying to close the door a little bit as his teammates right up there sitting in lane 1. They jockey for position, and they get a good handoff here to leg number 2. Chesterton, Avon, Noblesville, and Roncalli round out the 6. HSE with that nice lead over Evansville North. Again, 2 laps here around the indoor track for the boys 4x4. And 1 more to go here for this leg.
Yeah, really great first couple legs by these guys.
HSE and Evansville North have led the entire way. And they're really starting to separate themselves from those back 4 that you can see right there.
North is going to bring it even.
Another close. It was HSE heading into the last handoff. This time it's Evansville North just at the line and North out in front. And now we are off to leg 3.
Well, the Evansville North guy didn't take advantage of the lead and duck into 1, and he let that guy slip inside of him.
2-person length lead. It's the top 2 leaving everybody in the dust. Good run here for Roncalli. They worked their way up to 3rd here in this section. Chesterton, Noblesville, and Avon. And it's all HSE and Evansville North as the 3rd leg heads down the back straightaway for the last time.
See if North left something.
North trying to close again. They did the last time, but then gave it up before they went into the first turn. Might have a little bit more space here for the anchor leg.
There he goes, diving into the pole. Nice move. And HSE opting to take the lead right away. Sometimes that comes back on you.
5-1-40 split for Evansville North on the 3rd leg. HSE went 51-42. Right now it's the Royals out front with 1 more lap to go here in section 4 of the boys 4x4.
He's looking smooth and relaxed.
Time to beat 3:23.86.
Pulling away from Evansville.
As the Royals stretching that lead out down the back straightaway over Evansville North. Roncalli with a nice hold on 3rd as Chesterton tries to apply some pressure for the 3rd spot. But HSE around the last turn to the start-finish line. HSE will finish in 1st in section 4. We'll check the time to see how it ranks against Maryville's top spot, which is still sitting there until right now, as Maryville sees their time eclipsed by almost 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
HSE, Evansville North, and Roncalli, 1, 2, 3 overall here out of section 4. Noblesville slots in 9th. So Roncalli at 3:23.73. And those are the guys, HSE, Evansville North, and Roncalli. They were the last 3 lane assignments here in section number 4. As we go to section 5, where we'll see LaPorte, Mount Vernon, Fortville, and a whole host of others coming up here as HSE has claimed the top spot here for the time being with 1 section left to go of the boys 4x4. Let your mind thanks our folks at All-Star Cross Country Camp. All-Star Cross Country Camp has been gathering middle and high school runners for over 40 years for a week of community building, running, and fun in preparation for the fall cross-country season. Any incoming 6th grader to seniors in high school are invited to join us this summer, June 23rd to the 27th. Please find more or reach out at allstarccamp.com or at allstarxccamp on social media. Final section of the boys 4x4. Great crowd here on hand from the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion. Large school portion of the 2025 Hoosier State Relays. Take a couple-hour break and then come back at around 3:30 for the start of the running events from the small schools, classes 1A through 3A. But one section left here, Brian, of the boys 4x4. And keep your eyes on North Central. They have the top qualifying time in this entire event. They run out of lane 5. They're the only team to go sub 3:20 in their qualifying mark.
Yeah, let's look for the Panthers here. They'll be hosting the state meet this year, so they want to have a good showing throughout the season and hopefully up to the end.
And they're the defending champs in this event, and if they can match their qualifying time, that would be a new meet record, beating Center Grove's 3:20.91 mark back in 2011.
You see that. Well, this has been a quick 5 hours.
You see Report in lane 1, Mount Vernon in lane 2, Bloomington North in lane 3. Those guys have had such a wonderful meet here today on the boys' side.
Right, they really have. Everybody came with such seriousness and intent to compete. It's been great to watch.
Franklin Central, North Central, and Westfield, the teams in lanes 4, 5, and 6.
Bloomington North looking to get back into the mix and be a factor in this race as well.
North Central a tight close as they hit the turn. And they'll hit the break point and blend together right here. Bloomington North a good start along with Franklin Central. North Central the defending state champs in this event looking for the lead as we hit the final half lap of lap 1. Final section of the boys 4x4.
These guys have all taken it out tough. Really good job.
North Central, Franklin Central, Bloomington North, your top 3. And Westfield, the top 4. NC, Franklin Central, Bloomington North, and Westfield as the handoffs in the hands of the second leg of the 4x4.
Well, North Central looking strong and smooth. North moving up maybe to second.
Trying to get that edge going on the outside towards the start-finish line. North Central in first. And it'll be Bloomington North by a nose ahead of Franklin Central, who gets the second place spot back inside the turn.
Central's pushing the North runner out, but they're closing a bit on North Central.
Those 3 have broken away from the rest of the pack. Time to beat, 3:20.96. By the way, HSC's time is 0.05 off of the state meet record. North Central, their qualifying time better than the meet record as they try to go back-to-back in the boys 4x4. Last split, 49-25 for the Panthers.
Outstanding exchange as well. They took the baton at a near full speed. That's what you want to do, and they look great doing it.
They've stretched the lead out a little bit over Franklin Central. Bloomington North in third with Westfield in fourth, followed by Mount Vernon and LaPorte. This is the third leg of the 4x4 as the anchor runners move into position. Down the backstretch they come.
Looks like the race is going to be for second.
Bloomington North was closing a little bit. Little late kick from Franklin Central down the home stretch.
What a good finish.
Getting caught a little bit by Franklin Central, and the Flashes have now taken the lead into the turn for the anchor leg.
What a great finish by Franklin Central on leg 3.
North Central trying to close on the outside. Franklin Central went 49-63 with the Flashes in front. But North Central, the defending state champs, take the lead back at the line with 1 lap to go in the 4x4.
It's Antonio Smith in control.
Smith was behind at this spot a lap ago. He's got a lead and then some. Here with a couple of meters left to go. Bloomington North trying to dig it out for second. But North Central opens up a gigantic lead, and the Panthers will go back-to-back state champs in the indoor boys 4x4. A dominant run here by NC. We look to the clock, and 3:17:47, a new meet record and then some by over 3.5 seconds.
Oh, you got that right. What a great finish by Antonio Smith. Caleb Winders from Bloomington North brought his team from 3rd to 2nd in that section.
We talked about it earlier. Bloomington North has had one whale of a morning here at the Fall Creek Pavilion. They started off in the 3200 state champion, and their guys have been up near the top in almost every event here today.
Yeah, we haven't been privy to team scores yet. I'm anxious to see how they did, but it looks like North has been in control of a lot of events today.
Hamlin Southeastern in 3rd. There's a lot of happy folks right there rocking the colors of Bloomington North, making the drive up from Bloomington. And that's right, our director Jordan Shu, Johnny on the spot. Bloomington North time of 3:19.94 also would have broken the Center Grove mark of 3:20.91 back in 2011. HSE wasn't far off of the old beat record, just 500ths off. And then you have Franklin Central, Evansville North, LaPorte Westfield, and Ron Colley to put a bow on the boys' side of the large school Hoosier State Relays. A wonderful showing from the boys' side, and medals being handed out here for, it looks like, the girls' high jump. And just a wonderful day of track and field here inside the state-of-the-art Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion, with the girls 4x4 for the large school set to put a bow on our first meet of the day, with still one more meet to go for the small schools coming up here to close out our day.
Right, there's a lot to look forward to. It's been exciting so far. A great showcase of Hoosier track talent. I'm sure all the parents and fans that are here today have been duly impressed.
Today's meet has been brought to you by Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning-fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence. North Central defends their state championship in the boys 4x4. Defending state champ here on the girls' side, Hamilton Southeastern. And all they did was they broke a 10-year-old record, over a 10-year-old record a year ago, on their way to the state title in this event. We'll see them coming up in section number 4.
That's right, we got 4 balanced sections now in the girls 4x4.
Warren Central, Cathedral, Franklin Central on your screen. New Palestine, Gary Westside, and Warsaw round out the 6 here in section number 1 of 4.
Gary Westside gets their first call today. Great to see them at the Hoosier State Relays.
How hard is it if you're a team, if you're a runner in particular, to have to wait till the very last event of the meet for you to make your debut? That happened in the boys 4x4. It happens here so far in the girls.
It's hard, you know. You got to get here on the team bus with the same bus that has the pole vaulters that started 5 hours ago. So yeah, that's tough. You have to mind your manners and just stay cool and calm. If it's the last event and you're not doing anything else during the day, maybe there's an opportunity that you don't have to be here at the crack of dawn.
No troubles for Gary Westside, their first track event of the day, and they're leading into the second leg here, the girls 4x4, followed by New Pal, Warsaw, Cathedral, Warren Central, and Franklin Central. 5-9-5-2 the split for Gary Westside on that first leg.
Yeah, they're in control. You can see New Pal here, Cathedral.
They've opened up a little bit of a gap. Gary Westside has. Second, third, and fourth pretty tightly bunched as Cathedral pushing their way into second place here on leg number 2. Franklin Central, Warren Central trying to pull their way back up to that middle pack. It's Gary Westside with that sizable lead here down the back straightaway. Third leg runners ready to go. And Warsaw has dropped their baton on the back straightaway, and so their Section 1 race is over.
And must have rolled off the track. I can't see from here. It rolled off the track in such a way that she couldn't retrieve it legally. If it had fallen on the track, she could have continued.
And so Warsaw out with a drop baton. Gary Westside still in the lead. Cathedral, the Irish, all the way up into second after that nice run towards the end of leg number 1. Franklin Central, Warren Central, step for third and fourth. And then New Pal back there in fifth. .101.29 the split for Gary Westside. They have a 3-second lead here over Cathedral. And you can see the runner for Warsaw after getting her baton after she dropped it. If her teammates coming over to console her, your heart just breaks for that young lady over there across the track
from us.
Yeah,
it's nice to see a team coming around. And that is heartbreaking.
Anchor leg on the track now here of Section 1, girls 4x4. The Westside back under a sub 1 minute split. Their first running event of the day has looked very impressive here to start the 4x4 off. Cathedral in second with Warren Central, who is in sixth for most of this race so far. Franklin Central right there, and New Pal rounding out the 5.
Westside will set a nice standard in this first heat.
Not bad for sitting around all day waiting for your event to be called. Some room to breathe for Gary Westside. And they will put the first time on the board here for the girls 4x4 at a almost 4-1 flat, 4:00.90 for Gary Westside. Cathedral in second, Warren Central, Franklin Central, and New Pal.
We'll stay tuned after this race for the team championship announcement and trophy presentation.
Today's meet has been brought to you by I Want to Run. I Want to Run is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. That's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Run staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were owners of the largest timing company in America. They do it all from IHSA high school and middle school cross country to NCAA Division I meets like the Big East, Horizon, and Crossroads Conference Championships, and road races to big and small, including the Boston Marathon and several local 5Ks. They have the experience and the most modern equipment to make sure your race is scored accurately and flawlessly. Take a look at iwantorun.com. That's IWANT2RUN.com to see how to get your upcoming races timed by the best. Again, that's iwantorun.com for all of your timing and scoring needs. The boys 4x4 medals being handed out. North Central the champs for the second year in a row as they crush the old meet record time by over 3.5 seconds. 3:17.47 the time for the Panthers. Dexter Parker, Denham Holt, O'Neal Wheeler, and Antonio Smith. And it was Antonio Smith who ran that beautiful leg for NC that really stretched out and helped them get that really impressive time.
Really impressive, in that 3:17 will only get better as we get outside and get into the season. So I think the sky's the limit for the Panthers.
Bloomington North continues to pile onto their impressive day so far, finishing in second on a nice finish for Bloomington North, and then HSE finishing in third. Today's meet has been brought to you as well by Mac Designs. Mac Designs has been the provider of team uniforms, spirit wear, and custom t-shirts and apparel for 35 years. Local to Carmel, you can work directly with Mac Designs' experienced staff to find just the right garments and their on-staff artists to design your look just for you. Mac Designs has uniforms and apparel for all sports from all major brands, including Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and New Era. With Mac Designs, you work directly with the people who make your order happen, not through a broker or middleman. The entire process is managed in-house from design to ordering to production, with the experienced staff making sure your order is perfect. Mac Designs will even set up a web store for your team or organization to select and pay for their items at no additional cost to you. Reach out to the Mac Designs team at macdesigns2, that's the number 2.com.
The top 3 teams in the boys 4x4, North Central in the middle. It's a good example of the recognition that's bestowed here at the Hoosier State Relays. Everybody goes home with something.
So that can't be a drawstring bag to carry your medal in, because you can just wear it around your neck, right?
That's right. That's a
something to carry the shoes in, or
shoe bag.
Section 2 on the track for the girls 4x4 in our final event of the large state portion of the 2025 Hoosier State Relays. So glad you made us part of your Saturday morning, now into the afternoon. Tip the cap to our crew director Jordan Shue, replay Dennis Glover, camera operators who've done the heavy lift today, Mike McManus, Juan Guillen, Daryl Tibbs, Brian Pierce, and Travis Sutton. Teams in Section 2, Columbia City, Lawrence North, Fort Wayne Bishop Dwenger, Maryville, Carroll, and North Central out of Indy. That is lanes 1 through 6 from right to left. And North Central in the early lead here in leg number 1, with Carroll hot on their heels. Sizable gap for Maryville and NC. LN sitting back there in third, but Columbia City coming around the outside to put their name into the hat for third.
Yeah, Columbia City gets a call today, but North Central, you see, they've got a great tradition of sprinting, and 4x400 meter runners, the girls are taking right after the boys.
Well, the boys just went back-to-back in this event, state champs, broke the meet record. Hamilton Southeastern set the meet record a year ago on their way to the championship, a 3:53.03 time. Almost a full turn lead for North Central as they come around with 1 lap to go here for the second leg of Section 2 of the girls 4x4. Then Maryville, Columbia City, Lawrence North, and Bishop Dwenger. The second runner for Carroll making her way into the first turn.
Yeah, North Central just clearly dominant here so far. Although the Carroll runner's closing.
Here's the handoff. And the exchange to the third leg.
Oh, got a little difficulty there.
North Central's sizable lead almost gone in the blink of an eye after almost a...
Well, she ran off the track to hand the baton, and I would say that's out of the exchange zone. So that could be a disqualification.
So we'll wait and see what happens there. North Central still in front for the time being. He's going to look.
What happened? She didn't get it the first time. She ran off the track and then gave it to her while she was off the track and out of the exchange zone. So unfortunately, North Central will most likely get disqualified.
So a double whammy of sorts there for the Panthers. So Maryville right now in the lead. If that DQ would hold up, North Central in front for the time being as they run. If they would determine that they were disqualified, could they stop them from competing in this race before the final?
No, they would let the race continue and finish out.
So we'll wait and see what the ruling is. For now, North Central in front, but a good pressure put on here by Carroll.
At the like the NCAA and USA track and field meets, they use a company called Eagle Eye that zeroes in on infractions, and I must say that your crew today has an eagle eye on all this stuff. It's been amazing to see them referring back via replay with all the disqualifications and infractions we've talked about.
A top-notch crew this morning. As Maryville slowing down just a little bit. Currently in second place. Final lap here for section 2 of the girls 4x4. So we'll wait to see if North Central is disqualified for the handoff. Not on the track and out of the exchange zone. Maryville second, Columbia City third, and Carroll fourth. Again, for the time being, North Central still up on the board right now in second overall.
Yeah, they just missed the first pass, the first hand strike, and then she went off the track as she was supposed to, but unfortunately the baton was not exchanged.
As a former relay runner yourself, how often, and you see North Central does get disqualified there, so they'll drop from second and out. That'll keep Gary Westside in the lead here heading into section 3. How often in practice and how long do relay runners work on their exchanges?
Oh, it's critical, and it's, for the most part, I would say it's not neglected, but it's not prioritized as it should be. But you know, the teams that compete for titles spend a lot of time on exchanges because it's such an integral part. I know if you've watched Team USA in the Olympics, we've had our share of difficulties, mostly just because of the fact that they don't get a lot of repetitions together. They don't practice together. This is the exchange style that you take in the 4x4 is generally a visual exchange where you're still running and getting close to your race speed, but you're also looking back with your hand extended for the baton. In the faster races, they do what's called a blind exchange, where you're looking straight ahead and just putting your hand back, not seeing it, hoping that the incoming runner finds it.
Waiting for the feel, right?
And waiting for that feel, and that's where repetition and practice comes in. So it's a good question, and that's why the best teams that compete for the top usually spend a lot of time on exchanges.
In my time around track and field, going to practices, I was always amazed at how they got so much work done in such a little amount of time. You don't see a lot of 2.5, 3 hour long practices like you might see for other sports or other workouts, particularly with your sprinters, but it's a lot of very, we're going to work on your start today. We're going to work on the first 3 steps after the start here. We're going to work on exchanges today. It's a lot of very intricate things that you kind of build up to this big puzzle, and then you come out here and you show it all the work.
That's exactly right, Rick. That's exactly how it goes in a way that a coach will put together a practice plan, try to get a practice routine going, do a warm-up routine that mimics the warm-up routine that they'll use at the races or at the meets. So we're seeing our best runners and best teams now come to the front.
I remember watching hurdles practice once, and the athletes just worked on kicking their leg up to a certain spot on the wall for 5 minutes.
Right.
Then they did 2 things, and they were done for the day.
Right. They're practicing their lead leg, leading with the knee, and then extending out, and the wall comes in handy for that.
Section 3 of 4 for the girls 4x4. So we'll find South Bend Adams, Munster, Fort Wayne Northrop, Ben Davis, Noblesville, and Westfield. Gary Westside in their first running event of the day still have the top time at 4.0090. South Bend Adams has had a couple of nice marks here earlier today in some of our other track events, and they have the early lead.
Munster Mustangs, first call of the day that I've had. They're in second, moving into first.
Northrop in third, and Munster in first. And Northrop trying to snatch second away as well. So here's Munster, the Mustangs, with a good lead into the exchange.
Really a nice lead off by the Munster team.
Westfield with some work to do as they try to track down the folks in front with Noblesville and Ben Davis ahead of them. Northrop in second, South Bend Adams in third, and Noblesville in fourth.
That's a big lead this early.
1 lap to go here in the second leg. Northrop in second. Adams trying to make up some of that time. They led going down the back straightaway on the final lap of leg 1. Munster slowing down just a little bit, heading onto the front stretch.
Northrop close, good ground.
Northrop a good close and starting to get a little bit tighter here with Munster out front. 3 of 4 sections, the third of 4 sections, I should say, for the girls 4x4. Almost a full second better was Northrop on that last split. So they've been able to cut into the Munster lead and still cutting some more into it here.
Right, I think they're making a nice lead on it.
3 laps to go here for section 3 of the girls 4x4. Last one here for the third leg runners.
Munster left something in reserve now for this last turn.
And now Adams trying to catch Northrop into the final turn before the exchange here for the anchor legs. Munster trying to knock off Gary Westside, who has that top lead, that top time, getting back to our first section. And Noblesville coming out of nowhere to get second place away from Adams. Now they set their sights on Munster, who's been in first for the majority of this race here in section 3.
She's going to catch up to her, whether she can pass her or not.
Noblesville's ankle runner coming out of nowhere. They had been in fourth for the most of this race, and they are leaving Munster in the dust. Wow. Noblesville with 1 lap to go out front.
That's Alyssa Lahi.
And now Ben Davis into second. Can she track down Noblesville down the back straightaway? Westfield into third, Adams into fourth.
Noblesville put out so much, it'll be great if she can hang on.
Ben Davis trying to get her.
Yeah.
They hit the home stretch, and Ben Davis in front. A couple steps extending the lead, and Ben Davis finishes in first in section 3. The time to beat was 4:00.90, but Ben Davis 3 seconds off as Gary Westside's lead and first place time still intact. Ben Davis, Noblesville, South Bend Adams go 2-3-4 overall. Those are the top 3 finishers in a very spirited section 3 race.
Yeah, that's amazing. Gary's time is holding up through faster sections. We'll see. They are nearly guaranteed a podium spot.
Some heavy hitters coming up here in section number 4. Today's broadcast has been brought to you by Ritchie Athletics. Ritchie Athletics, serving our home state of Indiana since 1962. I'd like to congratulate all of the athletes that are competing in this year's HSR Indoor State Meet. We also want to encourage the parents, coaches, and officials who are helping make today a day to remember. We wouldn't be where we are today without you, but sometimes we all forget to say thank you. So thank you to all. We wish you all the best.
Well, here's our last event of the day.
Where's the time gone? The sun's out outside. We didn't see that when we were coming in. It was cloudy and rainy when we got here.
That's right. That's right. Well, what a wonderful event, a great opportunity and experience to be with you today. And
likewise.
I'm looking to see what happens with this team score.
Well, we have the defending state champs Hamilton Southeastern here in our final section of the girls 4x4. They broke the state record in the meet a year ago on their way to that championship. They run out of lane 5. They have the best qualifying time of our team so far. They and Carmel, who's in lane 6, they're the only 2 teams to go sub 4 on their qualifying times coming in.
Right, so it's a team race. This is the this is where depth and experience on your roster comes in, and we'll see what happens here.
Other teams in this meet: lane 1, Avon; lane 2, Portage; lane 3, Brownsburg; lane 4, Bloomington South. Again, the time to beat: Gary Westside's 4:00.90. That came all the way back in section number 1.
Yeah, they might have surprised themselves today.
Bloomington South electing to start standing up, not in the blocks.
Cardinals out fast against their Hamilton County rival HSC Royals.
Avon does not start, so nobody in lane number 1. Lane 2, Portage. That's Carmel, Hamilton Southeastern, Portage, Bloomington South, and Brownsburg. Final race of the day of the Large School 2025 Hoosier State Relays, as HSE tries from 3rd place to try to back up their state championship win in this event a year ago. Carmel and Bloomington South have been throwing haymakers in a lot of these relays, saying fittingly looks to come down with those two teams playing a key part here in this 4x4. And South will have some work to do. They're in 6 out of 6 teams trying to make up, as Carmel out in front, followed by Portage and Hamilton Southeastern.
Yeah, Bloomington South has Mary Applin now on the second leg. It's sophomore. We saw her on one of the earlier relays.
The top 3 have broken away, and there's a sizable gap between Carmel, Portage, and Hamilton Southeastern, with Brownsburg and Bloomington South in 4th and 5th. Third leg runners ready to go.
Well, Carmel's really been a showcase today. They've done a great job.
57-53, that last split for the Hounds. As they've increased their lead, Hamilton Southeastern's moved up to 2nd here over Portage. 56-56, that Carmel split for leg 2. They've got an almost 4-second lead over HSE, and it's starting to grow here a little bit with the third leg off and running.
Just smooth, long strides, hold the lead.
In these situations, do you like to be in the lead or do you like to be pursuing?
Oh, well, I guess the lead. If it was a hot pursuit, I mean, if you get out of touch, it's not as much fun as being out in front. Everybody can always go for a team record or a personal record, so you're always racing something.
HSE trying to cut into that lead a little bit as the second leg winds down. Final section of the girls 4x4. Our final meet here of the day for the Large School 2025 Hoosier State Relays. Hamilton Southeastern, the defending champs in this event, have closed the gap. They shaved almost 3 seconds off their deficit for those last 2 runners.
She looks capable of catching her. But Carmel's found a nice gear to just stay in control.
Carmel and Hamilton Southeastern have opened up an almost 8-second lead over Portage in 3rd. Time to beat is 4:00.90. As HSE tries to close here in the final turn, Carmel's been in the driver's seat the whole way. Can HSE get Carmel at the line? It's coming right down to the start-finish. And a late push is just a little bit short for Hamilton Southeastern as Carmel takes first and first overall with a 3:50.18. That is a new meet record in the girls 4x4, and for the second year in a row, that record falls. Hamilton Southeastern would have broken it as well with a 3:50:43, but what a way to end for both Carmel and Hamilton Southeastern.
Wow, what a great race and a great finish and a great race plan by the anchor runner from HSE. That was Chloe Sonnefeld, who came on and nearly caught Emily Norris from Carmel.
We've seen Norris a couple of times today for the Greyhounds. As Carmel takes first, HSE second. Gary Westside, who put that time on the board back in Section 1, and it didn't fall until the very last section of the day. They finish in third. Brownsburg, Portage, Bloomington South, Ben Davis, and Noblesville. And we saw a number of meet records fall today, and it's fitting that our final event of the day includes a meet record falling to boot.
Right, I mean, quality performances up and down today, and it's been fun to watch, and there's so much to look forward to as we head to the outdoor season. A lot of these schools will be on spring break next week, and so they have that kind of a break in the season, and then they'll come back refreshed, and hopefully the weather's turned in April here in Indiana, and we're ready to get going for an outdoor track season.
It's starting to turn a little bit. It's going to dive down in a couple days because, of course, it would, but a wonderful way to cap the indoor season is our girls 4x4 teams will get their medals here at the podium. And the top 8 receive medals and points for their respective teams. And tip your cap to Gary Westside. They had not raced in a track event all day to the very last event of the meet. And they step up and put the time to beat up there in Section 1, and it almost stood for a decent amount of time before Carmel and Hamilton Southeastern came in and flexed their muscles.
Yeah, they definitely flexed muscles, but yeah, kudos to Westside. They look strong, and I hope they'll go home. Their long drive home, they're gratified in their performance today.
So in the final order for the girls 4x4, Carmel in a new meet record time of 3:50:18. Hamilton Southeastern also would have been a new meet record time as well there at second at 3:50:43. Then Gary Westside, Brownsburg, Portage, Bloomington South, Ben Davis, and Noblesville, your top 8 here today. Today's meet's been brought to you by the fine folks at Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning-fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. Who understands life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence. Today's also been brought to you by I Want to Run. I Want to Run is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. That's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Run staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were owners of the largest timing company in America. They do it all from IHSA high school and middle school cross country to NCAA Division I meets like the Big East, Horizon, and Crossroads Conference Championships, and road races big and small, including the Boston Marathon and several local 5Ks. They have the experience and the most modern equipment to make sure your race is scored accurately and flawlessly. Take a look at iwantorun.com. That's IWANT, run.com, to see how to get your upcoming races timed by the best. Again, that's iwantorun.com for all of your timing and scoring needs.
Well, there's the Carmel Greyhounds getting their blue ribbon, first place for the girls 4x4, and we'll maybe see them back on the podium for the team trophy presentation.
What a wonderful day for our large schools to get things going here for the 2025 Hoosier State Relays. Last year, remember, Carmel coming in, they're trying to defend and pick up their third straight state championship in a row after winning the last couple of years. Defending champs on the boys' side, Bloomington North, and we saw why they won last year. Those their guys were very, very strong today as well. And you mentioned it, Brian, off the top. It was going to be a lot of the folks that had the depth, and we kept seeing the same names over and over on the girls' side: Carmel, Bloomington South, Hamilton Southeastern, Bloomington North, and a host of other folks there on the boys' side as well. A really wonderful first of 2 meets for us here today from the Fall Creek Pavilion.
That's right. I'd like to see how that DQ and the on LN and the 4x8, was that the relay that it was that?
I believe so. Yep.
That might come into play.
Fly through my notes here.
Yeah.
I believe it was, yes. The LN folks did get the 4x2, I think.
4x2, that's it, I'm sorry.
Yes, there's my notes right there. I wrote DQ. I knew I wrote that note there to myself for that reason. As we hold here and get ready for the announcement of the team scores. Remember all of these individual champions, and we talked about it a lot, of all the folks that were really hustling for those 6th, 7th, and 8th place positions. To the casual fan, might not seem important, but those 1, 2, and 3 points and then doubled in the relays can really add up when you get to this time of the heat trying to figure out who's your overall team champion.
Yeah, the relay point double up incentivizes you to really stack your relays with your best athletes and go for it. And I think the teams today that are going to take the trophies home did exactly that.
So there's the boys. Bloomington North repeats, 62 points, narrowly edging out Avon. Maryville with a nice showing. They finish in 3rd. Franklin Central, HSE, North Central, Brownsburg, LN, Warsaw, Carmel, and Chesterton. So Bloomington North, back-to-back state champs in 2024 and here in 2025. Last year, they scored 64 points, 2 off of that mark here today.
Yeah, congratulations to the Cougars. They beat an outstanding field of teams, and we'll look. I know they have their eyes set on a state championship outdoors, and they're certainly off to a good start in that direction.
Got a couple of meet records today go along with their state championships, and Carmel for the 3rd year in a row, big time difference over Hamilton Southeastern, 86-52. Bloomington South comes in at 3rd. North Central about 13.5 points back. You kind of wonder if they had that DQ in one of the late relays, that could have vaulted them up into 3rd. And then you see the rest of the finishers there. But the other year goes by, and it's the same 2 teams at the top of the scoring chart that were here a year ago. Bloomington North repeats on the boys' side, and that's now 3 straight state championships for Carmel here on the indoor track and field side for the ladies.
So much tradition at both of those schools, and there's just such a great pipeline up in Hamilton County of kids coming to those schools that they'll be on the leaderboard for the foreseeable future.
So congratulations to Bloomington North and Carmel for their 2nd in a row and 3rd straight indoor team track and field state championships, respectively. Special thanks to our great crew today, led by our director, Jordan Shue. Replay operator today was Dennis Glover. Camera operator was Mike McManus, Juan Guillen, Daryl Tibbs, Brian Pierce, and Travis Sutton. For our great analyst, Brian Brazzi, my name is Rick Johnston. Thank you so much for making us part of your Saturday. That concludes our coverage for the large school meet for the 2025 Hoosier State Relays. But don't go anywhere. Coming up at around about an hour from now at about 3:30, the small schools, classes 1 through 3A, will take center stage here from the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion. This has been a presentation of high school track and field on the ISC Sports Network.